In the peaceful light of heaven, two servants of God sat quietly, doing absolutely nothing. Though they lived in the happiest place in existence, their faces showed boredom and sadness. God walked by and noticed their gloom, something extremely rare in heaven. "My children," God said gently, "this is heaven. Why are your hearts unhappy?" The two servants looked down and answered, "We have nothing to do, Lord. We are idle, and that makes us unhappy." God smiled kindly. "Then go to earth. Bring me the two best things you can find in an entire city." The servants bowed and flew down from heaven, descending toward a shining city below the clouds. In the heart of that city stood a tall statue, covered completely in pure gold. His eyes were made of bright blue sapphires that sparkled both day and night. On his waist glowed a precious red ruby, shining like fire at sunset. People admired him and called him the Happy Prince, a symbol of joy and hope. Mothers would lift their babies toward the statue and whisper, "Look, my dear, be happy like the Happy Prince." Winter approached, and the cold winds cut through the city like icy knives. A small bird, flying alone, searched desperately for shelter for the night. He spotted the statue and thought, "Maybe I can rest at the prince's feet until morning." The bird tucked himself between the statue's golden legs, hoping to stay warm. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on his head. The bird shook himself in confusion. He looked up at the sky. It was perfectly clear, not a cloud anywhere. Then a second drop fell, colder and heavier than the first. "Where is this water coming from?" the little bird wondered, puzzled and annoyed. The bird flew out and stared up at the face of the Happy Prince. To his shock, the statue's sapphire eyes were filled with tears. "Oh, Happy Prince," the bird cried, "why are you crying? Aren't you supposed to be full of joy?" With a voice soft as starlight, the prince answered, "I was happy once, but not anymore. When I lived, I never left my palace. I never saw sadness. I never saw pain. I played in beautiful gardens and danced in glittering halls every evening. That is why they called me the Happy Prince, because I knew nothing else. But now that I stand high above the city, I can see everything, even suffering. And though my heart is made of metal, I feel every painful story I witness below. That is why I cry, little bird. I cry because my people are hurting." The prince looked far across the dark city with his sapphire eyes. "I see a poor woman," he said softly. "She is sewing a dress for the queen's maid. Her little boy lies sick in the corner, crying from hunger. The woman has nothing to give him but cold water from the river. Oh, little bird, please, take the ruby from my waist to her. It will save them." The bird hesitated. "I must go to Egypt soon. My friends are already there. It's warm there." But when he heard the prince's voice tremble, his heart softened. "All right," said the bird. "I will stay tonight. Tomorrow, I will take your ruby to the poor woman." The Happy Prince whispered, "Thank you, my friend. Thank you." At sunrise, the little bird plucked the glowing ruby from the prince's waist. He flew over roofs, towers, rivers, and streets toward the poor woman's home. He passed the palace and saw ladies dancing, laughing, and complaining about dresses. One girl at a window sighed, "Why is my dress taking so long? I need it soon." The bird flew farther, finally reaching the tiny house where the woman slept exhausted. He placed the ruby gently on the table beside her unfinished dress. Then he fluttered above the sick boy, cooling his fevered face with his wings. The child sighed softly and drifted into peaceful sleep. The bird smiled and whispered, "Sleep well, little one." Thirsty, the bird flew to the river to drink, where a writer saw him. "How brave," the writer thought. He stays here even in winter. I must finish my story too." The bird returned to the prince, who asked, "Did you deliver the ruby?" "Yes," said the bird, "and I feel strangely warm." "It is the warmth of the good deed you have done," the prince whispered. The bird said sadly, "I must fly to Egypt tomorrow. Please stay one more night," begged the prince. "I need another favor. There is a writer starving in an attic. He cannot finish his work. Take one of my eyes and give it to him." The bird froze. I cannot. You will no longer see." "Please," whispered the prince. "He needs it more than I do." The bird's heart broke, but he carefully removed the sapphire eye. The little bird flew silently, carrying the sapphire eye in his tiny beak. He found the starving writer hunched over his desk, scribbling with trembling hands. The bird placed the sapphire gently on the desk beside the candle. The writer rubbed his eyes, startled, and saw the sparkling jewel. He whispered, "What a miracle! Now I can finish my story and feed my family." The little bird felt proud but sad, knowing he had left the prince half blind. Back at the statue, the happy prince no longer saw the streets clearly. Yet he felt no sorrow for himself, only happiness that he could help others. Night after night, the bird stayed, delivering gold leaf and jewels from the prince to the poor. He melted the gold and tore it into small pieces for the starving and homeless. He removed sapphires from the prince's eyes and gave them to sick children. And he even took the ruby from the prince's waist for those most in need. The prince, stripped of all his precious stones, began to shine no more. His gold was gone, and he looked gray and dull under the cold winter skies. But the happy prince's heart swelled with joy at every act of kindness. He whispered, "Even though I am no longer beautiful, I have made others happy." One night, a little match girl begged for help. She was freezing in the snow. The bird quickly brought the remaining gold from the prince and gave it to her. She smiled for the first time in days, and her heart felt warm. Soon after, the bird grew weak from the cold. He could not leave the prince. "I cannot survive this winter any longer," he whispered softly, "but I will stay until morning and finish my duty," he added bravely. Morning came, and the bird shivered on the statue's shoulder, exhausted. The happy prince said gently, "You have done more than I ever imagined. Go now, my friend. Find warmth and life. You have earned it." The little bird closed his eyes and fell gently onto the snow. The citizens of the city passed by, oblivious to the bird's sacrifice. The happy prince's lead heart cracked from the cold and love he had given away. The town council, noticing the dull gray statue, decided it was no longer beautiful. They took it down and melted it, hoping to sell the metal. But the leaden heart did not melt. It cracked and split, revealing its true nature. The angels, observing from heaven, saw the prince's selfless love. They brought the leaden heart and the little bird to God's throne. "These are the most precious things in the city," God said. "They loved and helped others more than anything else." The happy prince's heart and the bird were placed in heaven, where they shone brighter than gold and sapphires. All the angels marveled at the true beauty of kindness, sacrifice, and love. And so, the happy prince and his faithful little bird found eternal happiness. Not in jewels, not in gold, but in the joy of giving and serving others. The city below slowly forgot the prince's statue, but the stories of his kindness lived on. Children spoke of him in whispers, imagining his golden face smiling down. Writers wrote of his deeds, inspired to help the needy themselves. Poor mothers told their children, "Be like the happy prince. Help others with love." Winter turned to spring, and life in the city moved on, but goodness remained. Heaven celebrated every act of selflessness that came from the prince's inspiration. Even the angels learned again that beauty comes from love, not from appearances. The little bird was remembered forever as the one who obeyed the prince's command. In heaven, the bird and the prince lived together in joy, watching over the city below. Whenever someone helped another person, a spark of light appeared in their hearts. That spark came from the love of the happy prince, shining evermore. And the city, though unaware, became a little brighter each day. Stories of the happy prince traveled far, inspiring countless acts of kindness. People who had nothing to give found ways to help those even poorer. The writer finished his story, fed his family, and never forgot the bird's gift. The little girl who received the ruby grew up to care for others with generosity. And every night, children prayed, "Let me be like the happy prince and help those in need." Heaven rejoiced, for the love of the prince had multiplied beyond imagination. And so, the story of the happy prince teaches that true beauty lies in selfless acts. Even the smallest kindness has the power to change the world, one heart at a time. The city may forget statues and gold, but goodness is remembered forever. And in heaven, the happy prince and his little bird smile, knowing they made a difference. Seasons changed, and the city experienced new joys and sorrows. Yet the memory of the happy prince inspired acts of kindness everywhere. Merchants gave to the poor without expecting anything in return. Children shared their small treasures with those who had none. Even the adults remembered the lessons of generosity from the prince. The city's streets, once cold and cruel, began to feel warmer. Neighbors helped each other, inspired by the prince's selfless love. The writer continued to tell stories of kindness, passing them on. Every story carried a spark of the happy prince's heart. People who had never cared for others started lending a helping hand. Small deeds multiplied into greater acts, all in the spirit of love. Even the birds of the city seemed to carry a sense of peace and joy. The little bird, now in heaven, watched with pride as goodness spread. The angels smiled, knowing the prince's sacrifice had changed lives forever. The children of the city played with kindness in their hearts. They learned to share, to comfort, and to give without expecting return. Even the poorest felt rich in love and care from one another. The city began to be known far and wide for its generosity. Travelers would remark, "This is a place where hearts are golden." And in the quiet nights, the happy prince and the little bird watched. They felt happiness deeper than any earthly treasure could give. The leaden heart of the prince had become a symbol of eternal love. Every act of giving, small or large, echoed through the streets. Poor mothers whispered stories of the prince to their children at bedtime. And the children, in turn, remembered to share their joys and treasures. Writers wrote poems inspired by the prince's generosity. Teachers taught lessons of kindness and giving to their students. Even merchants and tradesmen found joy in helping the needy. The city became a living testament to the beauty of selfless love. People no longer judged each other by wealth or appearance alone. They judged by the kindness they carried in their hearts. And every smile, every act of generosity, shone like gold in the prince's memory. Even those who had never seen the statue felt the spirit of the happy prince. They learned that true beauty comes from helping others, not from riches. The little bird, resting in heaven, felt his mission fulfilled. He had obeyed the prince, bringing hope and life to countless souls. The angels honored him, for no deed of love is ever wasted. And so, the story of the happy prince spread from city to city. People everywhere remembered that kindness is the most precious treasure. Even the poorest child could give what mattered most, love from the heart. The statue in the city may have melted, but the prince's spirit lived on. Every good deed reminded the world of his sacrifice and love. Generosity became a language everyone understood, and love became a force stronger than gold or jewels. The little bird rested peacefully, his heart full of pride and joy. The angels celebrated every act of goodness inspired by the happy prince, and heaven became brighter with the love that flowed into the city below. Stories of generosity traveled to distant lands, touching hearts far away. Children learned to share, to comfort, and to care for one another. Even adults discovered joy in giving without expecting anything in return. The city, once harsh, became a place where goodness thrived. Every corner held a memory of the happy prince's love. Even years later, people still remembered to help those in need. The writer shared stories that inspired future generations, and every child who heard them dreamed of being like the happy prince. The little bird's sacrifice became a lesson in courage and devotion. He had flown through storms and cold to obey the prince's wish. Heaven rejoiced, for love and sacrifice are never forgotten. And in the hearts of those who give and help, the happy prince lives on. His story reminds the world, true happiness comes from helping others. Even the smallest acts of kindness made the city a brighter place. People began to notice that giving brought joy, not sorrow. Neighbors greeted each other with smiles and open hearts. Children played games that taught sharing and caring. Merchants offered goods to the poor without expecting payment. Even the city's officials tried to make fair and just decisions. The streets were alive with laughter and generosity. Stories of the happy prince reached distant towns and villages. People learned that love and kindness could overcome hardship. Artists painted pictures inspired by the prince's selflessness. Writers penned poems that celebrated giving and compassion. The city's heart seemed to beat in unison with the prince's spirit. Children passed down lessons of kindness to younger generations. Parents taught their children to care for those in need. Even strangers learned to trust and help each other. Small deeds of love grew into a powerful wave of generosity. The city became known as a place where hearts were rich, not pockets. Even the animals seemed happier, living among kind humans. The little bird's journey was remembered in songs and stories. He had shown that loyalty and love could change the world. The angels looked down and felt pride in the city's transformation. The happy prince's message reached beyond wealth and gold. It reached every heart willing to open and share. People remembered that love and kindness are eternal treasures. Even years later, the stories of the prince inspired new generations. The city's children learned to be generous and caring. Even adults, once selfish, found joy in helping others. The happy prince's statue, though gone, lived on in memory. Every good deed was a tribute to his heart of gold. The little bird rested peacefully, knowing his task was done. Heaven celebrated the courage and love of both bird and prince. Stories of generosity traveled to distant lands, inspiring hearts. Even the humblest people learned that giving is its own reward. Love and kindness grew like seeds planted in the city streets. People of all ages discovered the joy of selfless acts. The city's light shone brighter, reflecting hearts full of care. Children carried on the legacy of the happy prince's love. Even strangers were welcomed with open arms and open hearts. The little bird's sacrifice had transformed the lives of many. Heaven rejoiced as the prince's spirit inspired endless kindness. Every act of giving became a shining reminder of the prince. Even the poorest child could touch someone's heart. The city became a symbol of love, generosity, and hope. Neighbors worked together to make life better for all. Every small kindness was noticed and cherished. The Happy Prince's story reminded people that love is timeless. Even years later, his legacy continued to inspire. Children learned generosity as part of their daily lives. Adults learned the joy of giving without expecting return. The city's streets glimmered with the light of kindness. Stories of the Happy Prince reached every corner of the world. Heaven smiled upon the city, proud of the hearts below. Every good deed honored the memory of the prince. The little bird rested in peace, his mission complete. Angels celebrated the love and sacrifice of the bird and prince. The city's children dreamed of following the prince's example. And so, the spirit of the Happy Prince lived on forever. Kindness, love, and generosity became treasures everyone could share. Once upon a time, in a magnificent kingdom, there lived an emperor. He was rich beyond imagination, with golden palaces that sparkled under the sun. The emperor's wealth was unmatched. Every corner of his palace shimmered with treasures, yet his wisdom in ruling was questionable, often forgotten. He cared for nothing but his clothes. Each morning, he would stand before an array of mirrors, admiring himself for hours. The fabrics he chose were exquisite: silk that glowed, velvet that shimmered, and gold threads that caught every glimmer of light. Every day, he would don a new outfit, sometimes changing them more than once. Courtiers watched in awe and a bit of disbelief as he paraded through the palace halls. The citizens outside whispered among themselves, shaking their heads. Their ruler was selfish, wasteful, and utterly indifferent to the needs of his people. They noticed the taxes rising, the crops suffering, and the poor struggling, yet the emperor never seemed to notice, lost in his fascination with appearance. Despite the grandeur surrounding him, the emperor's vanity overshadowed any sense of responsibility. Mirrors were his constant companions, reflecting his glory. Every hall echoed with the sound of silks brushing the marble floors, yet he remained blind to the cries and whispers of his own people. In the city, people spoke in hushed tones, mocking his obsession with clothing, yet fearing confrontation. Their ruler seemed imprisoned in a world of fabrics, threads, and vanity. No advisor or minister could convince him that ruling wisely was more important than wearing splendid robes. His obsession was complete. One fine morning, two clever swindlers arrived at the kingdom. They carried empty bags and mysterious smiles, claiming to possess magical skills unlike any other. They boasted that they could weave cloth so exquisite, so delicate, that only the wise could see it, while the foolish would see nothing at all. The emperor's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a mixture of pride and wonder. A fabric visible only to the intelligent? How marvelous! He exclaimed aloud, imagining himself adorned in it. He envisioned the admiration from foreign dignitaries, the envy of other rulers, and the glory of being seen as the wisest of all emperors. Word spread quickly through the palace and across the city. Courtiers whispered nervously, fearful of appearing foolish or unworthy in front of their ruler. The swindlers demanded the finest silk, threads of gold, and precious needles to begin their extraordinary weaving. The emperor, eager to see the wonder, provided everything. Little did he know, the so-called magical fabric did not exist. The tricksters hid the materials in their bags and pretended to work, moving empty looms as if weaving tirelessly. Rumors of this invisible cloth quickly stirred fear among the ministers. None dared admit they could not see it, for fear of being labeled dull or incompetent. Each day, the emperor imagined wearing this extraordinary garment, thinking it could reveal the cleverness of his court and his own unrivaled wisdom. With each passing day, the anticipation grew. The palace buzzed with excitement and anxious curiosity as everyone wondered what this miraculous cloth might look like. The swindlers continued their charade, laughing quietly among themselves while pretending to measure, cut, and sew threads that weren't there. Finally, the emperor decided to send his most trusted minister to inspect the progress. The minister, a dignified man with a serious demeanor, entered the workshop with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Inside, the room was filled with empty looms, silent except for the occasional movement of the swindlers' hands as they mimicked weaving with invisible threads. The minister looked around, his eyes scanning every corner, trying to discern the pattern, the color, the texture of something that wasn't there. To his horror, he saw absolutely nothing. Panic surged through him. How could he admit that he could not see the magical fabric? He imagined the whispers that would follow, the questions about his intelligence, his suitability for his position, and the doubt it would cast on his judgment. Fearing humiliation and eager to protect his reputation, he cautiously praised the non-existent cloth. Oh, what a splendid pattern! Truly marvelous, delicate beyond words. The swindlers nodded solemnly, smiling faintly at his praise, inwardly chuckling at how easily they had deceived him. The minister left, feeling both relieved and foolish. Next, 2 other high-ranking officials were sent to inspect the progress. Each entered the workshop with a sense of duty, pride, and a hint of apprehension. Each official entered cautiously, their eyes straining to see the magical threads. None could detect anything, yet all feared being deemed foolish. They praised the invisible cloth, commenting on its splendid colors and exquisite patterns, though their hearts raced with embarrassment. The swindlers bowed and smiled, encouraging their compliments, while secretly relishing in the emperor's growing anticipation. Days passed as the emperor eagerly awaited his new clothes. Each morning he imagined himself adorned in brilliance, admired by all around him. The palace buzzed with excitement. Even the servants whispered nervously, not wanting to appear foolish if they couldn't see the magic fabric. Finally, the day arrived when the swindlers claimed the emperor's clothes were ready. The emperor's heart raced with delight and anticipation. The swindlers set up a grand ceremony in the palace hall, where everyone would witness the unveiling of the remarkable attire. The emperor stepped forward, feeling a mixture of pride, anxiety, and excitement. His courtiers surrounded him, eager to see the magical garments. The swindlers dressed the emperor, moving invisible robes over his shoulders, adjusting folds, and arranging imaginary patterns with careful precision. The emperor looked down at himself, seeing nothing. A wave of doubt crossed his mind, but pride kept him silent. He reminded himself that only the wise could see the clothes, so perhaps he simply possessed the insight to perceive their magnificence. The courtiers nodded enthusiastically, praising the invisible fabric. Their fear of appearing foolish overwhelmed their honesty. Finally, it was time for the emperor to appear before the public. The streets were lined with citizens eagerly waiting to witness the splendor. As the emperor paraded through the city, everyone stared. He appeared to be wearing nothing at all, yet fear kept them from speaking. "Look at the magnificent fabric. Only the wise can see it," murmured the citizens to each other, uncertain but too afraid to contradict tradition. The emperor held his head high, imagining the admiration and awe he would inspire. The streets echoed with hushed whispers of wonder. A small child, innocent and honest, finally broke the spell. "But he isn't wearing anything at all," the child exclaimed loudly. A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. The emperor's face turned red with embarrassment as he realized the truth of his foolish pride. The swindlers quietly slipped away, satisfied with their deception. The emperor hurried back to the palace, humbled and ashamed. From that day on, he vowed to pay attention to the needs of his people and not be blinded by vanity and pride. He learned that wisdom and honesty were more valuable than any garments, and that true respect came from deeds, not appearances. The citizens noticed the change in their ruler. His attentiveness and humility began to heal the rift between the palace and the city. Gradually, the emperor became a wise and beloved leader, remembered not for his clothes, but for his courage to change and learn from mistakes. The swindler's tale remained a story of caution, reminding everyone of the dangers of vanity and the power of honesty. In every corner of the kingdom, children laughed as they retold the story, and adults smiled, remembering the lesson hidden within the folly. Even in the grandest halls, mirrors were no longer used to measure vanity, but to reflect self-awareness and humility. The palace gardens bloomed with life and laughter, a testament to the emperor's new understanding and the happiness of his people. Every morning, the emperor dressed simply, grateful for the clothes he had, yet remembering the lesson of the invisible fabric. The kingdom prospered, not because of wealth or glittering robes, but because of wisdom, honesty, and care for one another. And so, the story of the emperor and his invisible clothes was told for generations, a timeless reminder that pride can blind even the wisest. Children giggled as they mimicked the emperor, pretending to wear invisible clothes, their laughter echoing through the streets. The courtiers learned to speak honestly, no longer fearing the judgment of those above, and the palace halls became filled with sincerity. The emperor visited markets and farms, listening to the people, understanding their hardships, and appreciating the value of their work. He wore simple garments, comfortable and practical, yet he carried himself with a newfound dignity rooted in humility. Stories of the invisible clothes spread to distant kingdoms, reminding rulers everywhere to value wisdom over vanity. Artists painted scenes of the emperor's lesson, illustrating the folly of pride, the innocence of children, and the truth that shines through honesty. Teachers read the story to students, who listened wide-eyed, learning to question appearances and value courage and truth. Merchants and travelers retold the tale, warning one another not to be deceived by flattery or false appearances. Even in royal courts far away, advisors whispered of the emperor who had learned humility, praising his wisdom in accepting the truth. The emperor himself often reflected on that day, smiling quietly at the memory of the child's innocent words that changed everything. He realized that leadership required listening, honesty, and the courage to admit mistakes, even when pride tempted otherwise. The invisible clothes became a metaphor for the dangers of self-deception, shared in poems, songs, and plays across the land. Every new emperor was reminded of the story, often laughing but also remembering the serious lesson behind the laughter. The palace walls, once echoing with vanity and flattery, now carried warmth, laughter, and a spirit of truthfulness. Courtiers and servants alike found joy in honesty, no longer burdened by the fear of appearing foolish or inadequate. The emperor's wisdom inspired other leaders to be attentive, to listen to their people, and to value actions over appearances. The kingdom grew stronger, not by displays of wealth, but by a foundation of trust, understanding, and respect among its people. Celebrations were no longer grand shows of luxury, but joyful gatherings where stories, laughter, and learning were shared. The emperor sometimes walked the streets incognito, watching the citizens' faces, grateful for their honesty and bravery. He often thought back to the day the child spoke the truth, realizing that even the smallest voice can have the greatest impact. The palace library held books recounting the tale, with illustrations that captured both humor and the lessons of wisdom and humility. Artists, inspired by the story, painted portraits of the emperor in simple robes, a symbol of his transformation and sincere rule. Travelers returning home told the story at inns and marketplaces, ensuring the tale of honesty and courage spread far and wide. The emperor's advisors learned to speak freely, offering guidance rooted in truth rather than flattery, strengthening the kingdom's governance. Children playing in the palace gardens would pretend to wear invisible clothes, giggling as they practiced honesty and creativity in their games. The story became a cherished lesson across generations, reminding everyone that courage to speak the truth surpasses fear of judgment. Even the emperor himself recited the tale to young visitors, emphasizing that humility and learning from mistakes define a great leader. The kingdom thrived in harmony, guided by fairness, honesty, and the lessons learned from a single child's brave words. Folk songs celebrated the invisible clothes, not mocking, but honoring the insight gained and the courage to embrace truth. The story reminded everyone, from peasants to princes, that wisdom is earned through listening, humility, and courage to act rightly. Markets thrived, people laughed freely, and honesty became a treasured value, shaping the character of the entire kingdom. The emperor occasionally chuckled at the memory of flattery-filled halls, realizing how far he had come in understanding true leadership. Visitors to the palace saw the change instantly. A warm atmosphere replaced formal stiffness, and truth was celebrated over appearances. The tale became a cornerstone of education, a lesson repeated in classrooms to teach integrity, courage, and the value of speaking honestly. Artists painted murals of the emperor and the child, a timeless reminder that honesty and innocence can inspire great change. Travelers marveled at the harmony of the kingdom, noting that respect, humility, and truth guided both rulers and citizens alike. Courtiers practiced sincerity, learning that flattery can mislead, while honest counsel builds trust and enduring respect. The emperor's life became a testament to learning from mistakes, valuing honesty, and respecting voices of all ages. The kingdom celebrated festivals that honored wisdom, honesty, and courage, with children acting out the story of the invisible clothes. The emperor always attended these celebrations, smiling at the lessons learned and the joy of his people. Even distant lands heard of the emperor's transformation, inspiring leaders to value humility and wisdom over vanity. Stories of the invisible clothes became symbols in plays and songs, celebrated for courage, honesty, and the power of truth. Citizens carried the tale forward, teaching it to children, ensuring the lesson of humility and honesty endured across generations. The emperor's heart remained humble, and he ruled with fairness, empathy, and understanding, earning respect far beyond his kingdom. The palace, once filled with vanity, now resonated with laughter, sincerity, and the wisdom of living truthfully. Citizens noticed the change, rejoicing in the simplicity, honesty, and fairness that now guided the kingdom's every action. Teachers used the tale to illustrate how courage and honesty can overcome pride, inspiring students to speak and act with integrity. Children playing dress-up often remembered the emperor, pretending to wear invisible clothes while learning the value of truth. The emperor occasionally reflected quietly, grateful for the wisdom the tale brought, and for the child who spoke the simple truth. And so, the kingdom flourished, with leaders and citizens guided by honesty, humility, and the courage to embrace the truth. Festivals were no longer displays of wealth but celebrations of learning, community, and shared wisdom among the people. The emperor's personal journey became legendary, inspiring others to embrace humility and courage in their own lives. Citizens told stories of the emperor's honesty to travelers, spreading the tale far beyond the kingdom's borders. Courtiers who once feared speaking freely now provided honest advice, leading to better governance and trust in leadership. Children's laughter echoed through the palace, reminding everyone that innocence often holds the greatest wisdom. The emperor occasionally hosted storytelling evenings, where tales of bravery, honesty, and humility were shared with all. Artists sculpted statues of the emperor in humble robes, commemorating his journey from vanity to wisdom. The invisible clothes were illustrated in books as a symbol of truth triumphing over pride, read by children and adults alike. Even foreign dignitaries learned of the story, adopting similar lessons of humility and sincerity in their courts. The emperor often walked among his people, observing their daily lives, learning from their struggles and joys. Courtiers practiced open dialogue, fostering an environment where ideas and truths could flourish without fear. The tale of the invisible clothes became a central part of education, teaching generations the importance of courage and honesty. Artists created murals depicting the story, illustrating the emperor, the child, and the transformative power of truth. Marketplaces echoed with retellings of the tale, ensuring the lesson reached far and wide, inspiring integrity among citizens. The emperor's humility influenced neighboring kingdoms, encouraging rulers to listen, respect, and act wisely. Children played out the story in schools and streets, learning the importance of honesty and the courage to speak. The emperor occasionally reflected on his past, grateful for the child who had courageously spoken the truth. Courtiers now valued wisdom over appearances, learning that honesty strengthens bonds and ensures lasting respect. Travelers who visited the kingdom marveled at the harmony and sincerity, noting the story's profound impact on leadership. The story of the invisible clothes became a symbol for speaking truth, standing courageously, and embracing humility. Celebrations honored those who acted with honesty and bravery, reinforcing the values inspired by the tale. Teachers continued to read the story, emphasizing its lessons and ensuring children understood the power of truth. The emperor's actions showed that leadership grounded in humility brings prosperity, trust, and genuine respect. Courtiers learned to accept criticism gracefully, understanding that truth often guides growth and improvement. Artists painted scenes of citizens speaking honestly, showing that courage and integrity transform communities. Children continued to imitate the emperor and the child, learning to value honesty in their games and daily interactions. The kingdom's reputation for fairness and truthfulness spread across lands, inspiring reforms in distant courts. The emperor often reflected on the lesson, smiling at how a small voice can bring profound change to an entire realm. Books illustrated with the emperor's journey reminded citizens that true courage comes from acknowledging mistakes. Festivals celebrated honesty, humility, and learning, reinforcing values that shaped the kingdom for generations. Courtiers shared stories of their own mistakes, learning humility and encouraging open dialogue among peers. The emperor's wisdom inspired laws that promoted fairness, justice, and transparency across the kingdom. Children acted out the invisible clothes story in schools and theaters, celebrating the courage to speak honestly. The emperor's humble robes became a symbol of thoughtful leadership and sincere rule. Even the palace guards valued honesty, respecting the emperor's focus on integrity and truthfulness. The tale of the invisible clothes inspired poets and writers, emphasizing wisdom, humility, and courage in their works. Citizens carried the story in their hearts, ensuring future generations understood the power of truth and humility. Travelers from afar often sought the emperor's court to witness the kingdom's harmony and learn from his leadership. Children's games reflected the story's lessons, teaching them that honesty and courage create lasting change. The emperor's reflection on the child's words reminded him daily that even small acts of honesty hold immense power. Courtiers embraced open communication, valuing truth over flattery and improving governance throughout the kingdom. The story of invisible clothes became a staple of education, ensuring children learned courage and integrity early. Artists depicted the emperor humbly dressed, celebrating the journey from pride to wisdom. Travelers retold the tale in distant lands, inspiring rulers and citizens alike to value honesty over vanity. Children played imaginatively, enacting scenes of the emperor and the child, internalizing lessons of courage and truth. The emperor's personal growth became legendary, reminding all that humility and wisdom define true leadership. Courtiers learned to admit mistakes, promoting a culture of growth and sincerity within the palace walls. Festivals celebrated honesty, storytelling, and courage, bringing communities together in shared values. The kingdom thrived as honesty became a guiding principle, strengthening bonds and fostering trust among citizens. The emperor often reflected on the child's words, understanding that wisdom often comes from the simplest voices. Books illustrated with the emperor's journey reminded readers that true courage is speaking truth, even when difficult. Artists and writers celebrated the tale, ensuring the story of humility and honesty endured across generations. Citizens embraced honesty in daily life, knowing that integrity and courage form the foundation of a strong community. The emperor's rule became a model for others, showing that leadership rooted in humility brings lasting prosperity. Children performed plays of the invisible clothes story, learning that courage and honesty are more valuable than appearances. Courtiers learned the importance of sincerity, ensuring guidance and advice were honest and constructive. Travelers told tales of the emperor's wisdom, inspiring distant kingdoms to consider integrity and humility in leadership. The story became a symbol of courage, honesty, and the transformative power of truth in society. The emperor encouraged storytelling, fostering education, reflection, and moral development among his people. Children's laughter in the palace reminded everyone that innocence often brings wisdom the adults overlook. Artists sculpted statues of the emperor in simple robes, a tribute to the enduring lessons of humility and honesty. The invisible clothes story spread far and wide, becoming a classic tale of courage, truth, and humility. Courtiers valued honest dialogue, fostering trust and ensuring effective governance throughout the kingdom. The emperor walked among his people, witnessing the harmony created by honesty, humility, and mutual respect. Teachers read the tale to students, emphasizing lessons of integrity, courage, and the importance of speaking truth. The emperor's humility became a model for neighboring rulers, inspiring leadership grounded in sincerity and wisdom. Children continued to play scenes of the story, learning values of honesty, courage, and critical thinking. The palace, once filled with vanity, now resonated with sincerity, laughter, and the spirit of learning. Citizens cherished honesty in public and private life, building a kingdom founded on trust and fairness. The emperor remembered the child's simple words that changed everything, guiding his rule with wisdom and empathy. Artists painted murals depicting the emperor humbly dressed, symbolizing transformation through humility and courage. Travelers carried the story to distant lands, spreading lessons of integrity, courage, and truth. Children's games reflected the story's lessons, teaching honesty, bravery, and respect for truth. Courtiers embraced open communication, ensuring the kingdom's decisions were guided by wisdom and sincerity. Festivals honored truth, courage, and learning, celebrating the values inspired by the Invisible Clothes story. The kingdom thrived as honesty and humility became the foundation of governance and society. The emperor often reflected on the child's words, appreciating how a small voice could influence an entire realm. Books illustrated the emperor's journey, reminding readers of the power of honesty and the importance of learning from mistakes. Artists and storytellers ensured the tale endured, teaching generations the value of integrity and courage. Citizens lived by the lessons of honesty and courage, ensuring the kingdom remained just and prosperous. The emperor's rule became a model for leadership, demonstrating humility, empathy, and wisdom in practice. Children performed plays of the Invisible Clothes, internalizing lessons of courage, honesty, and critical thinking. Courtiers learned to value constructive criticism, fostering trust and effective leadership throughout the kingdom. Travelers shared tales of the emperor's wisdom, inspiring rulers and citizens in far-off lands. The story became a universal symbol of courage, honesty, and the transformative power of truth. The emperor encouraged storytelling, ensuring the lessons of humility, courage, and honesty reached all citizens. Children's laughter echoed through the palace, a reminder that innocence often holds the greatest wisdom. Artists sculpted statues of the emperor in simple robes, commemorating the enduring lessons of honesty and humility. The Invisible Clothes story spread worldwide, celebrated as a timeless tale of courage, humility, and integrity. And so, the kingdom prospered, guided by the enduring values of truth, honesty, and courage, inspiring generations to come.
Once upon a time, in a magnificent kingdom filled with golden sunlight and the gentle sound of birdsong, there lived a wise and noble king. This king was blessed with 12 children, 11 sons and 1 daughter. His daughter, the youngest of them all, was named Eliza. She was a girl of remarkable kindness, cleverness, and courage. Her brothers were equally brilliant and full of life. Together, they lived in a grand castle where laughter often echoed through the tall marble halls, where the scent of blooming gardens drifted through the windows, and where happiness seemed to dwell in every corner. The king's children were growing up in the most enchanting surroundings imaginable. They were taught to read, write, and understand the ways of the world. Each child had a unique talent. The eldest prince was strong and brave, the second thoughtful and wise, the third gentle and kind, and so it went, until Eliza, whose heart was as pure as a crystal stream and whose love for her brothers knew no bounds. But life, as often happens in fairy tales, has a way of changing. The king, though deeply devoted to his children, felt a certain loneliness in his heart. After the sad passing of his beloved queen, the halls of the castle, despite their grandeur, seemed empty. The laughter of his children could fill the rooms, yet the king's heart longed for a companion, someone to share his days and nights, someone to be a mother to Eliza and her brothers. So, after careful thought, the king decided to remarry. A grand ceremony was arranged, a celebration to welcome the new queen. The children, innocent and hopeful, awaited her arrival with curiosity and excitement. They imagined that having a new mother would mean warmth, love, and guidance, someone who could smile upon them and share in their joys. But when the queen arrived, the picture that greeted them was nothing like the one they had imagined. The new queen was a woman of great beauty, yes, but her heart was dark, filled with envy and cruelty. She looked upon the children not with warmth or kindness, but with a coldness that seemed to chill the very air around her. Eliza and her brothers were uneasy, sensing that this woman was no ordinary queen. In truth, she was a wicked witch. Her plans were as twisted as her heart. She had long desired power and dominance, and the existence of the king's children so beloved and cherished by him stood in the way of her ambitions. In her mind, there could only be one who shone in the castle, and that was she herself. Anyone who threatened her pride, she decided, must be removed. The queen began plotting in secret. She started by isolating Eliza from the rest of her family, sending her to a remote place with a humble peasant and his wife. She whispered dreadful lies to the king, claiming that Eliza and her brothers were disobedient and unworthy of his attention. The king, though kind-hearted, was deceived by these lies. With a heavy heart, he ordered the children to leave the castle, believing that they had brought shame and misfortune. Seizing this opportunity, the queen cast a powerful spell upon the 11 princes. "You shall spend the rest of your lives as ugly, silent birds," she declared, her voice echoing through the empty halls, "and fly away, never to return." The princes, noble and pure of heart, were deeply troubled. Yet their goodness was stronger than the queen's wicked magic. Instead of turning into ugly, grotesque creatures, they became beautiful swans, graceful and strong. With sorrow in their eyes but determination in their hearts, they lifted their wings and flew away from the castle, leaving behind the life they had known. Eliza, meanwhile, felt a deep, aching sorrow in her heart. She missed her brothers terribly and longed to be reunited with them. Though she was far from home, she remained steadfast, her mind always thinking of her beloved family. Years passed, and when Eliza turned 15, she was allowed to return to the castle to meet her father. Her heart leapt with joy at the thought of seeing him again. Yet the queen, jealous and cunning, had other plans. She could not bear to see Eliza so young and beautiful, for in her mind, no one should outshine her. Pretending to be kind, she greeted Eliza warmly, concealing her dark intentions beneath a mask of sweetness. "Welcome, dear Eliza," she said, her voice like honey. "Come with me to my chamber. I have a special gift for you." Trusting the queen, Eliza followed her. The queen presented a cream and claimed it would protect her from evil eyes. Little did Eliza know, the cream was a trap, a wicked spell designed to make her ugly. As the cream touched her skin, her reflection changed. Her once lovely face now appeared frightening and strange. When the king saw Eliza, he was horrified. "Is this my daughter?" he cried. "Take her away at once. I will have nothing to do with her." Heartbroken, Eliza was thrown out of the castle once again, left to wander the world alone. She wished more than anything that her brothers were there to protect her. Determined not to give up, Eliza began a long and arduous journey through forests, mountains, and rivers, seeking her brothers. She traversed thick woods where sunlight barely touched the forest floor, guided only by her love for her family. She met many creatures along the way, some kind, some indifferent, but she pressed on, never faltering in her mission. One day, deep within a dense forest, Eliza encountered an old lady gathering berries. The woman greeted her kindly. "Do not be afraid, child. Are you hungry? Come, eat something." Eliza, grateful for the kindness, explained her quest. I am searching for my 11 brothers. Have you seen them? The old lady shook her head slowly but added, I have seen swans swimming in the river, each with a crown upon its head. If you follow the river, you may find them. Eliza thanked the old lady and followed the riverbank. Hours passed. She finally reached where the river met the ocean. There, lying among the seaweed, she saw 11 white feathers, each shining softly in the sunlight. Her heart soared. They must be my brothers, she whispered. And just as the sun began to set, she saw them 11 beautiful swans descending gracefully from the sky, landing near her. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the swans transformed into her brothers once more. Oh, finally I found you! Eliza cried, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Eliza had finally found her 11 brothers, yet her journey was far from over. Though she was reunited with them, their lives were still ensnared in the wicked queen's cruel spell. By day, they were majestic swans, gliding gracefully across rivers and lakes. By night, when the sun's golden rays dipped below the horizon, they regained their human form, weary but ever resilient. Eliza spent that night in the forest, sitting beside a small fire her brothers had built. She marveled at their courage, at how they had endured the cruelty of the spell without complaint. Yet a shadow of sorrow lingered over them all, for freedom seemed almost unreachable. As Eliza closed her eyes that night, she dreamed. In her dream, a fairy appeared before her, glowing softly in the dim light of the cave she had sought for shelter. Her appearance was kind and gentle, yet her eyes carried a weight of knowledge and authority. The fairy's voice was melodic, like the whisper of wind through the trees. Dear Eliza, the fairy said, I know your heart is heavy and your thoughts consumed with the plight of your brothers. You long to free them, yet you do not know how. The path is difficult, but not impossible. You must be brave and patient. Eliza, determined beyond words, replied, I will do anything for my brothers. I will endure all pain. Tell me what I must do. The fairy nodded. There is a special nettle, sharp and stinging, that grows near the graveyards by this cave. You must pick these nettles, crush them into a fine wax, and weave 11 coats. Once the coats are complete, throw them over your brothers, and the spell shall be broken. But heed this warning: if you speak a single word from the moment you begin this task until it is finished, the spell will remain, and your brothers will die. Eliza's heart pounded with determination. I understand. I will not speak. I will endure it all, no matter the pain. When she awoke, she realized it had been a dream. The sense of urgency settled over her like a heavy cloak. Her brothers had flown away at sunrise, as they always did, leaving her alone to begin her laborious task. Eliza ventured to the graveyards at the edge of the forest. The nettles grew tall and unforgiving, their leaves sharp and cruel. Each one pricked her skin as she pulled them from the soil, drawing blood that stung and burned. Yet she pressed on, knowing that every ounce of pain she endured brought her closer to saving her beloved brothers. Back in the cave, she began the meticulous process of crushing the nettles, mixing them into a waxy substance that would be pliable enough to weave. Each thread she spun carried with it the silent prayers of her heart, her tears falling onto the wax and adding a strange warmth to the material. It was slow, painstaking work. The nettles were harsh, and her hands soon became red and blistered, yet she did not stop. One night, as she worked by the dim light of a flickering candle, she noticed a tiny mouse observing her from a corner of the cave. The little creature seemed fascinated by her work. To her astonishment, the mouse began to scurry about, helping her collect more nettles, carrying small bundles to her feet with remarkable diligence. When her brothers returned at sunset, transformed from swans to humans, they were puzzled to see Eliza so engrossed in her mysterious task. "Eliza," the youngest said softly, "what are you doing?" Eliza did not answer, keeping true to the fairy's command. The youngest prince approached her and gently lifted her hands to inspect them. He saw the raw, stinging wounds inflicted by the nettles and was moved to tears. His gentle drops of tears fell upon her hands, easing the pain for a short while, allowing her a few hours of rest. But she continued her work tirelessly, refusing to rest for long, for time was precious, and the spell was unforgiving. Day after day, she worked. She wove one coat after another, her fingers bleeding, her body aching, but her spirit never faltered. The mouse continued its loyal assistance, darting between the cave and the graveyard, bringing back the nettles she needed. Slowly, the coats began to take shape, delicate and beautiful despite the harshness of the materials. As she was preparing the 10th coat, she realized she would soon need more nettles. That night, under the cover of darkness, she ventured out to the graveyard near the castle. The wind whispered among the gravestones, and the moon cast long, eerie shadows. Eliza moved cautiously, for the graveyard was desolate and lonely, and she knew any distraction could endanger her brothers. Suddenly, she found herself surrounded by dogs and huntsmen, their eyes gleaming in the moonlight. They had come to capture her. Before she could react, a handsome young man rode down from his horse, his cloak flapping in the wind. "What are you doing here, child?" he asked, his voice both commanding and kind. Eliza could only shake her head, keeping silent, for even a single word could doom her brothers. "I cannot leave you here," the young man said decisively. "I am the king of this land. You must come with me to my castle, where you will be safe." With no other choice, Eliza followed him. The castle was magnificent, filled with marble halls, intricate tapestries, and golden chandeliers that shimmered in the candlelight. Yet Eliza's heart remained heavy, for her mind was with her brothers, still trapped in the cruel spell of the wicked queen. The king, understanding her situation, brought her the wax and the partially woven coats she had worked on. "Here," he said gently, "continue your work. I will ensure that no harm comes to you." Eliza resumed her weaving, working tirelessly day and night. 10 coats were now complete. Only the final, 11th coat remained, and she needed more nettles. One night, she once again ventured to the graveyard, quietly gathering the necessary plants. Her careful movements did not go unnoticed. The king's advisor and his men discovered her and immediately suspected foul play. "You there? What are you doing in the graveyard?" demanded one of the men. Eliza kept silent, as she must, her hands trembling from exhaustion and the pain of nettles. The men, convinced that she was a witch practicing dark magic, resolved to take her to court and determine her punishment. The council decreed that she should be banished to an island, alone, far from the castle, where she would spend her final night before execution. The night was long and dreary. Eliza was confined to a small, cold cell, her heart heavy but her resolve unwavering. Just then, to her astonishment, a bundle of her coats woven from wax was thrown into her cell through the small window. It was a gift from the king, meant to keep her warm and allow her to continue her work. The mouse, ever diligent and loyal, continued to assist her. It darted back and forth, collecting nettles and bringing them to her so she could complete the final coat. Slowly, painstakingly, she wove the 11th coat, her fingers moving with precision despite the pain and fatigue. By the time morning approached, Eliza had completed her final coat. She was ready to cast the spell-breaking garments upon her brothers. But as fate would have it, her work was not yet done, and challenges still lay ahead. Above her, she could hear the familiar sound of wings flapping. The swans, her brothers, had come to protect her. They circled the cell, a magnificent sight, as though to shield her from the world's cruelty. With a deep breath, Eliza prepared to finally cast the 11 coats over her brothers, each stroke bringing them closer to freedom. The morning sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, casting golden rays across the castle walls. Eliza, sitting in her small cart, held the final coat in her hands. Her heart was pounding, a mixture of exhaustion, anticipation, and hope. Around her, the bustling crowd of people had gathered, curious to witness the fate of the girl they believed to be a witch. Hundreds of eyes were upon her, yet she remained silent, determined to see her task through. Above her, 11 swans circled gracefully, their wings slicing through the morning sky. They landed softly around the cart, forming a protective ring. The sight of them was breathtaking. Majestic creatures, their feathers shining in the sun, moving with both strength and gentleness. They were her brothers, still trapped in the cruel spell, yet their presence gave her courage. With careful hands, Eliza draped the first coat over the largest swan. A magical transformation occurred instantly. Feathers melted away like dew in the morning sun, revealing the form of a handsome young prince. His eyes, bright and filled with wonder, met Eliza's, and a smile of recognition spread across his face. 1, 2, 3. She counted silently in her mind, each coat carefully thrown over each swan. With every coat, another brother returned to human form, their expressions a mix of relief, joy, and astonishment. By the time she reached the final swan, the crowd was murmuring in awe, unable to comprehend the magic unfolding before them. The last coat slipped over the final swan, and a blinding light enveloped him. The transformation was complete. 11 handsome princes, standing tall and free at last. They rushed to Eliza, lifting her into their arms, their eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. "Our sister! Our brave, courageous sister!" they cried in unison. Eliza finally spoke, her voice trembling with emotion. "I am not a witch," she said firmly, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. "I did this to save my brothers." Every stitch, every moment of silence, every ounce of pain, it was all for them. The king, who had watched from a distance, felt a wave of shame and remorse wash over him. He had doubted his daughter, thrown her out, and almost allowed her to be executed. Tears welled in his eyes as he approached Eliza. "My dear Eliza," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "I am so sorry for doubting you. You are brave, selfless, and wise. Will you forgive your father?" Eliza smiled gently, the warmth of reconciliation filling her heart. "I forgive you, Father," she replied. The crowd erupted in cheers, witnessing the triumph of love, courage, and perseverance. But the story was not complete. The evil queen, whose spells had caused so much pain, had not yet faced justice. The king, along with Eliza and her 11 brothers, devised a plan to bring her reign of terror to an end. The queen's kingdom was vast, but her cruelty had left many loyal subjects eager for change. With the combined strength of the king and the 11 princes, they marched into her lands. The queen tried to wield her magic against them, but her powers had waned, unable to match the unity and goodness of those she sought to destroy. Captured and powerless, the queen was imprisoned, her spells undone, and her kingdom reclaimed by the rightful rulers. The people rejoiced, celebrating not only the return of their princes but also the courage of the princess who had endured unimaginable pain to save them. With the queen's threat eliminated, life in the castle returned to harmony. The children, once separated by cruel fate, were reunited fully. The laughter that had been absent for so long filled the halls once more. The garden seemed brighter, the sunlight warmer, and the songs of birds sweeter. The king, seeing the extraordinary bravery of his daughter, made a decision that would bring lasting happiness to the kingdom. He proposed to Eliza, honoring her not only as a daughter but also as a partner in ruling the kingdom wisely and kindly. "Eliza," he said with sincerity, "you have shown courage, love, and wisdom beyond your years. Will you marry me and be my queen?" Eliza, her heart overflowing with joy and pride, agreed. "Yes, father. I will marry you, not just for duty, but to continue serving this kingdom with love and justice." The royal wedding was a grand celebration, attended by all the people of the kingdom. Music filled the air, dancers twirled in colorful garments, and laughter echoed far beyond the castle walls. The 11 princes stood proudly beside their sister, honored guests in a celebration that had been years in the making. Yet, amidst the festivities, Eliza's thoughts never strayed far from her brothers. She had fought for them, suffered for them, and now, together, they were stronger than ever. The bonds of family, tested by cruelty and hardship, had emerged unbroken, shining brighter than any crown or treasure. The king and Queen Eliza ruled with wisdom and compassion, ensuring that justice and kindness prevailed throughout the land. The 11 princes, once transformed into swans, now served as pillars of strength and guidance for the kingdom, their experiences as birds giving them a unique perspective on freedom, courage, and resilience. And so, peace returned. The evil queen was never able to harm anyone again, locked away in a dungeon far from the kingdom, where she could no longer threaten the innocent. The people flourished under the wise and just rule of the king and Queen Eliza. Every year, the memory of the trials endured, and the triumph over cruelty was celebrated. The story of Eliza and her brothers became a legend, told from one generation to the next, a tale of bravery, perseverance, and the unbreakable bonds of family. Eliza often walked in the gardens with her brothers, watching the swans glide gracefully across the ponds. She would smile, remembering the days when her brothers were cursed, and the nights she spent silently weaving coats from stinging nettles. Every pain, every tear, every moment of doubt had led to this victory, a victory of love, courage, and unwavering faith in goodness. The kingdom thrived, the children of the king grew in wisdom and virtue, and all lived happily ever after. And so ends the tale of Eliza and the wild swans, a story that reminds us that even in the face of great evil, love, courage, and patience can triumph over any darkness. The morning air was crisp as Eliza sat in her small, humble cart, her fingers nimble yet tender from days of weaving the coats. The sun's rays slowly lit the world around her, glinting off the dew-covered leaves and casting long, golden shadows across the path leading to the shore. Each feather of the 11 swans glimmered in the sunlight, a dazzling spectacle of white and silver, their wings gently beating the air as if to beckon her forward. Eliza's heart raced not from fear, but from anticipation. Every stitch, every thread, every painstaking hour spent in silence had brought her to this moment. The final coat, the 11th, lay across her lap, delicate yet strong, imbued with the silent love and determination she carried for her brothers. She had endured pain beyond measure, yet a quiet joy now filled her soul. Freedom for her brothers was almost within reach. The mouse, her tiny and loyal companion, darted around her feet, squeaking softly in encouragement. Its beady eyes gleamed with intelligence, and its small paws were steady as it fetched more stinging nettles for Eliza to weave into wax threads. She glanced down and gave a silent nod of gratitude, for without the mouse's help, the task would have been impossible. Around her, the crowd had begun to gather. People from nearby villages, curious travelers, and even soldiers from the king's castle had come to witness the girl who had been accused of witchcraft. They stared in awe at her, some with suspicion, others with admiration, watching silently as she worked. The fear of execution hung in the air like a heavy cloud, yet Eliza's determination was unshakable. Her lips remained sealed, her eyes focused, her mind entirely on her brothers. Above her, the 11 swans circled gracefully, their wings casting flickering shadows across the cobblestones. With every flap, the wind whispered through the crowd, a subtle reminder of the magical forces at work. Eliza took a deep breath, centering herself, and carefully lifted the first coat, draping it over the back of the nearest swan. A brilliant light burst forth, dazzling the onlookers. The swan's feathers shimmered and then dissolved like morning mist, revealing the familiar form of a young prince, handsome, noble, and radiant. His eyes widened in amazement, and for the first time in years, he smiled without sorrow. "Eliza, my brave sister," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. Eliza's heart swelled. She carefully draped the second coat, then the third. Each transformation brought tears to her eyes. The sight of her brothers freed from the cruel enchantment was worth every moment of pain, every sting of the nettles, every sleepless night spent weaving. The crowd watched in amazement, gasping and murmuring, as one by one, the swans turned back into princes. Each embraced Eliza in silent gratitude, their hands warm against her chilled fingers. Her heart overflowed with love for them, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that the spell was finally broken. Finally, only one coat remained, the 11th. Eliza carefully positioned it over the last swan. The transformation was instantaneous. The final prince emerged, shaking off his wings and stepping forward. He looked at Eliza, and with a bow filled with profound respect, said, "Our sister, our hero, you have saved us all." Eliza, her voice steady and filled with emotion, finally spoke aloud. "I am not a witch," she said, her eyes sweeping across the astonished crowd. "I did this to save my brothers. Every stitch, every moment of silence, every wound on my hands, it was all for them." The king, who had come in haste after hearing rumors of Eliza's supposed crimes, felt a rush of shame and sorrow. He had doubted his daughter, believing the lies of the wicked queen. Now, seeing her courage and love laid bare, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Eliza, my daughter, my brave, noble child. I am so sorry. Please forgive me for doubting you." Eliza stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "I forgive you, Father," she said softly. "I never stopped loving you, even when I was cast out. Now that my brothers are free, and the kingdom is safe, we can begin anew." The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices echoing through the hills and valleys. Children clapped, mothers wept tears of joy, and men of the kingdom bowed in respect. The tale of Eliza's bravery spread like wildfire, capturing hearts far and wide. But the story was not yet complete. The wicked queen, who had caused so much suffering, had not yet been held accountable. The king, together with Eliza and her 11 brothers, set out to bring justice. The queen's kingdom, ruled with fear and cruelty, was ripe for change. The people, weary of her tyranny, were eager to see her power ended. The march to the queen's castle was a sight to behold. The sun rose, illuminating the path ahead, casting a golden glow upon the determined faces of Eliza and her brothers. The air was thick with anticipation. Soldiers, villagers, and loyal followers lined the roads, offering support and hope. The swiftness of their journey was matched only by the certainty in their hearts they would see justice done. The queen, sensing her control slipping, attempted to wield her dark magic against them. Spells of fire and shadows danced through the air, but they were no match for the unity and love of Eliza and her family. Each brother, recalling the pain and lessons learned during their days as swans, stood strong and resolute. Eliza, calm and unwavering, directed them with wisdom and courage beyond her years. At last, the queen was captured. Her powers were nullified, her spells undone, and her influence over the people broken. She was imprisoned in a fortified tower, isolated from the world, where she could no longer harm anyone. Justice was served, and the kingdom rejoiced. With the queen defeated, peace returned to the land. The castle, once shadowed by fear and deceit, now irradiated with warmth and joy. The gardens bloomed with an abundance of flowers, and the song of birds filled the air. The people celebrated, honoring not only the bravery of Eliza but also the resilience of the 11 princes. The king, humbled and proud, knew that his daughter's wisdom and courage deserved more than gratitude. He proposed marriage to Eliza, not out of mere duty, but as an acknowledgement of her strength, love, and unyielding spirit. "Eliza," he said, kneeling before her, "you have shown the true meaning of courage and sacrifice. Will you marry me and rule this kingdom with love and justice?" Eliza, her heart full, agreed with a smile that could light the darkest night. "Yes, Father. Together, we will ensure that this kingdom thrives in peace and happiness." The wedding was celebrated across the kingdom with music, dancing, and laughter. Citizens from far and wide came to witness the union, marveling at the resilience and virtue of the young princess. Her brothers, free at last, stood proudly beside her, symbols of hope, courage, and familial love. Eliza often reflected on her journey, remembering the nights spent weaving coats from stinging nettles, the silent prayers she whispered, the loyalty of the tiny mouse who had helped her, and the unwavering love she had for her brothers. Each memory reminded her that true courage is often quiet, patient, and persistent. And so, the kingdom flourished. The wicked queen's reign of terror was over, and justice prevailed. The royal family, united and strong, lived with love, compassion, and wisdom. The people were happy, and tales of bravery, sacrifice, and family were told for generations to come. Every year, the story of Eliza and her brothers the wild swans was recounted with reverence. It served as a reminder that no darkness is too great to overcome when courage, love, and patience are held close to the heart. Eliza, now a queen beloved by all, would often walk among the swans gliding on the castle ponds, a quiet smile upon her lips. She knew that the trials she had endured were not in vain, that the love for her family had triumphed over evil, and that the bonds of heart and courage were stronger than any spell or magic in the world. The castle was alive with celebration. Music floated through the air like golden ribbons, and the scent of fresh flowers mingled with the rich aroma of roasted meats and sweet pastries. Courtiers, villagers, and travelers all mingled in joyful anticipation. It was a day not just of a royal wedding, but a day that celebrated courage, resilience, and the triumph of love over darkness. Eliza walked gracefully through the grand hall, her heart swelling with a mixture of relief, pride, and lingering memories of her arduous journey. She wore a gown of deep sapphire blue, trimmed with silver embroidery, each stitch reflecting the quiet perseverance that had brought her here. Her 11 brothers followed closely, standing tall and proud, dressed in fine garments that accentuated their princely bearing yet did not overshadow the warmth in their eyes. The king stood at the head of the hall, his face radiant with joy and humility. He looked at Eliza, and then at his sons, and the tears he had once shed for their suffering were replaced with tears of happiness. The people, witnessing the reunion of this extraordinary family, felt a deep connection to the story of bravery and sacrifice that had unfolded before them. During the ceremony, Eliza's brothers each took a moment to express their gratitude. The eldest, whose strength and courage had guided them even in the form of swans, stepped forward and spoke clearly, his voice echoing through the hall. "Dear sister," he said, bowing slightly, "your hands endured pain so that ours might know freedom. Your silence, your unwavering determination, has shown us the true meaning of courage. We are forever in your debt, and we shall always honor you." The other brothers followed, each recounting the moments they had endured as swans, the feeling of wind beneath their wings, the loneliness of flight, the longing to return to human form, and each spoke of Eliza's love and patience as their guiding light. Their voices, strong and resonant, filled the hall with a profound sense of awe. Eliza's eyes glistened as she listened to them, her heart touched deeply. She had never imagined the love she bore her brothers could be reflected back in such overwhelming measure. "I did nothing more than what I had to," she said softly, though the emotion in her voice betrayed her humility. "I could not have succeeded without your patience, your courage, and, perhaps a little help from a tiny friend," she added with a faint smile, glancing at the small mouse that had scurried along the floor of the hall, unnoticed by most, yet ever present during her trials. The mouse, for its part, twitched its whiskers proudly, knowing that it had played a vital role in the success of this incredible journey. It had carried nettles, avoided dangers, and witnessed the weaving of every coat, silent but ever faithful. In a small corner of the hall, it settled quietly, satisfied that the family it had aided was finally whole. The wedding ceremony proceeded with great pomp and reverence. The king took Eliza's hand in his, looking deep into her eyes. "Eliza," he said, his voice filled with emotion, "you have proven yourself not only as my daughter, but as a leader, a protector, and a beacon of hope for this kingdom. Will you be my queen, ruling with wisdom and love by my side?" Eliza's answer was steady, unwavering, and full of conviction. "Yes, Father. I will serve this kingdom with my heart, and together we shall ensure justice and happiness for all." The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers mingling with the notes of trumpets and the strumming of lutes. Banners of every color fluttered in the breeze, and the castle gardens were alive with laughter, dancing, and song. The long shadow of fear that had once loomed over the kingdom was gone, replaced by the light of hope, love, and harmony. After the wedding, Eliza's attention turned once more to her brothers. Though the spell had been broken, their experiences as swans had changed them. They had learned resilience, patience, and the value of family in ways no ordinary human could understand. They embraced one another, sharing silent glances and gentle touches, the bond between them stronger than ever before. In the weeks that followed, Eliza and her brothers worked alongside the king to restore the kingdom. The lands that had suffered under the queen's tyranny were revitalized. Fields that had lain fallow bloomed with golden wheat, forests once threatened by neglect and dark magic became lush and vibrant, and towns once shadowed by fear were filled with laughter and life. Eliza took particular care to visit those who had been oppressed, ensuring that their voices were heard and their needs met. Her wisdom and courage inspired the people, who came to see her not just as a princess or a queen, but as a symbol of hope and compassion. Her brothers each found their own ways to serve the kingdom. The eldest became a commander of the royal guard, leading with strength tempered by kindness. Another took charge of the kingdom's libraries and schools, ensuring that knowledge and learning were accessible to all. Others traveled the lands, promoting fairness, resolving disputes, and assisting those in need. Together, they became pillars of support for the kingdom, their experiences as swans giving them unique insight and empathy. Eliza often found moments of quiet reflection in the castle gardens. She would walk among the swans that glided gracefully across the ponds, a gentle smile upon her lips. She remembered the nights she had spent weaving nettles into wax, the silence she had maintained, the tears she had shed, and the tiny mouse who had been her constant companion. Each memory reminded her that courage is not always loud, sometimes it is silent, patient, and enduring. Evenings were filled with joy and music. The family would gather in the great hall, sharing stories of their adventures, recounting lessons learned, and laughing together. The bonds between them, tested by darkness and cruelty, were now unbreakable. As years passed, Eliza and the king ruled the kingdom with wisdom, fairness, and compassion. The people flourished under their guidance, and the lessons of the past, the cruelty of the wicked queen, the bravery of a young girl, and the unyielding love of family were passed down from one generation to the next. The 11 princes, forever grateful to their sister, remained by her side, not just as her brothers, but as trusted advisors and friends. Together, they safeguarded the kingdom, ensuring that no darkness could ever rise to threaten the peace they had fought so hard to achieve. Eliza's story became a legend, told by bards and storytellers far and wide. Children grew up listening to the tale of the girl who endured pain and silence to save her family, of the swans who soared through the sky yet longed for home, and of a kingdom restored through courage, love, and perseverance. And so, the family lived happily ever after. The king and queen Eliza ruled with grace. The 11 princes thrived, their bond stronger than ever. The people of the kingdom prospered, and the evil queen was never able to harm anyone again. On quiet nights, when the moonlight danced across the ponds, Eliza would sit and watch the swans glide gently across the water. She smiled softly, remembering every hardship and triumph, knowing that love, patience, and courage had conquered all. The castle stood tall and magnificent, a beacon of hope and justice. The gardens bloomed with every imaginable color, the halls echoed with laughter and music, and the legacy of the brave princess who had saved her brothers would be remembered for all time. And thus ends the tale of Eliza and the Wild Swans, a story of courage, love, sacrifice, and the unbreakable bond of family. It reminds us that even in the darkest times, hope and determination can overcome the most daunting obstacles, and that the strength of the heart is the most powerful magic of all. Part 1, The Farmer and His Sons. Once upon a time, in a quiet and peaceful village surrounded by lush green fields and dense forests, there lived an old farmer. He was a kind and wise man, respected by all the villagers for his honesty, hard work, and love for nature. His small farmhouse sat at the edge of the village, with a little garden full of flowers, fruit trees, and a few chickens clucking around. Despite his humble life, the farmer had 3 sons, all of whom were young, strong, and remarkably handsome. The eldest son, Thomas, had broad shoulders, a bright smile, and a sense of responsibility that made him seem older than his years. The second son, Henry, was clever and cheerful, always laughing and joking, with sparkling eyes that seemed to see the world in color. The youngest son, Vico, was quiet, thoughtful, and kind-hearted. He often wandered into the fields and forests, speaking gently to animals and appreciating the smallest wonders of nature. Though less confident than his brothers, Vico's heart was filled with honesty and courage, qualities that could not be measured by appearance alone. One sunny morning, the farmer gathered his sons in the courtyard. His eyes were full of pride and a little sadness too, for he knew that it was time for them to start their own families. "My sons," he began, his voice firm but gentle, "you are all old enough to be married. It is time for each of you to find a sweetheart and begin a life of happiness with her. I want you to find someone who will bring joy and love into your lives, just as you bring joy to mine." The three brothers exchanged nervous glances. "Father," Thomas said, "how are we supposed to find our brides? We live in this small village, and there are so many people. It seems impossible to find the right one by ourselves." "Yes, Father," Henry added, "we will obey you, but we need your guidance. We do not know how to find someone suitable." The farmer nodded knowingly. "I understand," he said. "It will not be easy. But our family has a tradition, an old custom that helps us find our brides in a way that is guided by nature itself." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Each of you will go to our farm, take an axe, and cut down a tree. Observe carefully where the tree falls. The direction it falls will lead you to your bride. But before cutting a tree, you must plant another one and promise to take care of it. A tree represents life, growth, and respect for nature. You cannot simply cut without giving back. This tradition is not only about finding your bride but also about honoring the world that sustains us." The sons nodded, understanding the wisdom in their father's words. They each chose a spot in the farm to plant a new sapling, carefully digging holes and placing the young trees into the earth. Thomas planted a sturdy oak, Henry a flowering cherry, and Vico a delicate walnut tree. They watered them, patted the soil around the roots, and promised their father they would care for these trees as they grew. "Now," the farmer said, "after planting your tree, take your axe and cut down an old tree. Observe the direction in which it falls. That will guide you to the person you are meant to marry. Trust the path, and trust your heart." With hearts full of hope and a little nervous excitement, the sons began their task. Thomas swung his axe with strength and precision, cutting an old oak tree. It fell gracefully to the north. "North," he murmured, "that must be the direction where my bride awaits. Perhaps it is the girl I have always admired from afar. I will go to the north and speak to her today." Henry, watching his brother, took his turn. He cut down a tree that fell to the south. "South," he thought. "This is where my beloved dances and laughs in the village square. I will go to her and ask her to be my wife. Surely she will say yes, for we have always shared smiles and secrets." Vico, the youngest, stepped forward and cut down a tree. To his surprise, it fell deep into the forest. His two elder brothers laughed at him. "Look at this, Vico." Thomas chuckled. "Are you really going to follow this direction? Will you find a bride in the forest, perhaps a wolf or a deer?" Vico did not laugh. He looked at the fallen tree and nodded solemnly. "I will follow where my tree has fallen. I am certain that I will find my bride in that direction, even if it seems impossible." With that, the three brothers set out on their journeys. Thomas went north and soon reached the girl he had admired. With a confident smile and steady voice, he asked her to marry him, and she accepted immediately. Henry journeyed south, found the girl he loved, and proposed. She too said yes without hesitation. Vico, however, ventured deep into the forest. The dense trees surrounded him, and no humans were in sight. Days passed, and he grew tired and disheartened. Perhaps I have been wrong, he thought. Maybe I will return home without finding anyone. As he wandered, Vico stumbled upon a small, humble hut hidden among the trees. To his surprise, it seemed empty at first. Then, he noticed a tiny creature, a little mouse. "Who are you?" Vico asked softly. "There is no one else here. How can you be my bride?" The mouse looked up at him with sparkling eyes. "I am no ordinary mouse," she said gently. "But if your heart is true, I can be your companion." Vico hesitated. "You are a mouse," he said. "How can I take you as my sweetheart?" "Trust me," the mouse replied. "Though I am small, my love and loyalty are great. I will be true to you, if you accept me as I am." Vico smiled, moved by her courage and charm. The mouse sang a sweet song and danced gracefully, lifting his spirits and making him laugh. At the end, he said firmly, "I like you. I will take you as my sweetheart." The mouse's eyes shone with joy. "I will wait for you," she promised. "Until you return, I will remain here, thinking of you." Part 2, The Test of the Brides. The three brothers returned home with their brides. Thomas and Henry walked proudly beside the women they loved, while Vico quietly held the hand of the little mouse, still amazed that such a tiny creature could capture his heart. The farmer, curious to meet the young women, called his sons to him in the courtyard. "So, my sons," he began, "have you found your sweethearts?" Thomas smiled broadly. "Father, my bride is beautiful. She has rosy lips and a smile that lights up the room. I am happy to call her my own." Henry chimed in, "Mine too, father. She has long golden hair and a voice so sweet that I could listen to her sing all day." Vico stepped forward hesitantly. "Father, my sweetheart is small, delicate, and gentle. She may seem different, but she is true and loving. She is a little mouse, yet she brings me joy and comfort I have never known before." The two elder brothers laughed softly, exchanging amused glances. "A mouse," Thomas whispered to Henry. "Really, Vico, are you serious?" Vico's face remained calm. "Yes, father. She is gentle and kind. Her love is true, and that is all that matters to me." The farmer smiled, though a twinkle of curiosity appeared in his eyes. "Very well," he said. "I will test your sweethearts to see if they are skilled and resourceful, as every bride in our family should be. First, I want each of them to bake a loaf of bread for me." The first two brides nodded confidently. They entered the kitchen, working with practiced hands. Flour dusted the air as they kneaded the dough, shaped it carefully, and placed it in the oven. The smell of warm bread soon filled the farmhouse. Thomas and Henry beamed with pride as their loaves baked perfectly. Vico, however, frowned. He turned to his little mouse bride, worry etched across his face. "Sweetheart, I am afraid," he said softly. "Father asks for a loaf of bread, but you are a mouse. How could you possibly bake bread like the others?" The mouse looked up at him with sparkling eyes. Do not worry, Vico. I may be small, but I am clever. Trust me, and I will find a way. But how? Vico asked, still uncertain. I have never seen a mouse bake bread. It seems impossible. The mouse smiled mysteriously and took a tiny silver bell from around her neck. She rang it 3 times, each chime clear and bright. Suddenly, hundreds of little mice appeared from the forest surrounding the hut. They gathered around, attentive and obedient, awaiting her orders. Each of you, she commanded with dignity, bring me the finest grain of wheat you can find. In an instant, the mice scurried off into the trees, underbrush, and fields, returning moments later with grains of the purest, whitest wheat Vico had ever seen. Carefully, the mouse took the grains and, with the help of her tiny helpers, ground them into flour, kneaded the dough, shaped it, and baked a beautiful loaf of bread. Vico watched in awe. I cannot believe it, he whispered. She has done what seemed impossible. The next morning, the 3 brothers presented their loaves to their father. Thomas offered his rye bread. This bread is good for hard-working people, he said proudly. The farmer nodded. Indeed, it is strong and hearty. Henry presented his barley bread, which was slightly sweeter and lighter. Barley is wholesome, and this bread is fine, the father remarked with approval. Finally, Vico stepped forward, carrying the white loaf baked by the little mouse. Father, he said quietly, my sweetheart made this for you. White bread, Thomas exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. Vico, how could a mouse bake such a loaf? Surely she is wealthy or has magic. Vico smiled. Father, she is true and clever. She rang a silver bell, and her helpers gathered the finest wheat and assisted her. This is her work. The farmer examined the loaf, breaking it open to reveal the soft, golden interior. Remarkable, he murmured. Your sweetheart is indeed extraordinary. I am pleased with all 3 brides, but Vico's, she has something special. The next test was of weaving skill. The father instructed each bride to weave a piece of cloth for him. Thomas and Henry's brides produced simple but neat fabrics, a mix of cotton and linen. Vico's little mouse looked worried for a moment but then took out her silver bell once again. Do not fret, my love, she whispered to Vico. I will show them what I can do. She rang the bell thrice. The forest responded immediately. Hundreds of little mice appeared, ready to obey her commands. Fetch the finest fibers of flax, she ordered, and in moments, the mice returned, each carrying the softest, silkiest strands imaginable. With careful paws, the mouse wove the fibers into a delicate, sheer piece of linen, smaller than a handkerchief. She placed it inside a tiny nutshell and handed it to Vico. Take this to your father, she said softly. Vico did so, a mixture of pride and apprehension on his face. The elder brothers laughed when they saw the nutshell. Vico, your bride is supposed to weave a piece of cloth, not a nutshell. Thomas said, chuckling. Vico opened the nutshell, and the sheer, perfect fabric shimmered in the sunlight. His father gasped. How did she manage this? This is the finest linen I have ever seen. Truly, your sweetheart is a princess in her skill and her heart. The father turned to the 3 sons, his eyes twinkling. "Now, bring your sweethearts home. I wish to meet them all personally." Vico's mouse bride was overjoyed. She dressed elegantly, her tiny clothes sparkling, and prepared to leave. She rang her silver bell and ordered a tiny coach to appear, drawn by 5 tiny mice as coachmen. Vico's heart leaped with happiness and amazement. The coach rolled forward, delicate yet majestic, ready to take them home. Part 3, The Journey Home and the Magic Revealed. With the morning sun casting golden rays over the forest, Vico and his tiny mouse bride prepared for the journey back to his father's home. The little mouse, now dressed elegantly in a shimmering gown, rang her silver bell once again. Instantly, a tiny, delicate coach appeared, crafted as if from a nutshell, and 5 glossy little mice took their positions as coachmen, ready to pull the coach with precise coordination. Vico blinked in awe. I cannot believe this," he whispered. "How can such a tiny creature create all of this?" The mouse smiled, her whiskers twitching with excitement. "Do not worry, Vico. Everything I do is for you. Trust me, and soon your father and brothers will see the truth." With a gentle push, the tiny coach began rolling along the forest path. Vico walked beside it, carefully ensuring that his beloved mouse was safe and comfortable. The birds sang overhead, and the rustle of leaves accompanied their unusual procession. It was a sight that no ordinary villager could ever imagine, a miniature coach drawn by mice, with a small princess sitting gracefully inside. As they approached a river that flowed between the forest and the village, they needed to cross a narrow wooden bridge. Suddenly, a burly man appeared from nowhere, blocking their path. He looked down at the coach and burst out laughing. "What is this?" he sneered. "A tiny coach drawn by mice, ha ha ha. Surely, this little creature cannot be serious." Before Vico could react, the man scooped up the coach and all its tiny mice into his hands and hurled them into the river with a cruel laugh. Vico's heart sank. He gasped and ran to the edge of the riverbank, peering into the rippling water. "No, no. My sweetheart. My little mouse. Oh, what have they done?" Tears filled his eyes as he searched the riverbank. But there was no sign of the tiny coach, the mice, or the mouse herself. Vico slumped in despair, grief weighing heavily upon his heart. "I should never have brought her out here," he whispered, feeling helpless and sorrowful. Then, just as his tears blurred his vision, something extraordinary happened. Across the river, a magnificent coach appeared, larger than life, drawn by 5 glossy, powerful horses. And inside the coach sat a beautiful young woman, her gown sparkling like sunlight on water, her hair cascading in golden waves, and her eyes shimmering with warmth and love. Vico's mouth fell open. It's you," he exclaimed, running toward the coach. Are you my little mouse?" The woman laughed softly, a sound like music. "Yes, Vico," she said. "It was me all along. I was the little mouse you accepted as your sweetheart. Do you remember my promise to stay true to you?" Vico nodded, overcome with emotion. "I will never forget," he said, his voice trembling. "Even when I thought I had lost you, I knew your heart was true." The woman's eyes glowed with magic. I am no longer under the curse that made me a mouse, she explained. I am a princess. Long ago, I was cursed by an evil spell that could only be broken if someone loved me without knowing my true identity. Your kindness, Vico, and your willingness to accept me even as a mouse broke the spell. Vico's heart leapt. So all along, you were a princess, he said, disbelief mixing with joy. Yes, she replied. And now that the curse is broken, I can join you in your world, and we can go to your home together. Your father and brothers will see the truth, and we will finally be together without fear or hiding. Vico extended his hand, and the princess helped him into the coach. They traveled together toward the village, the horses' hooves clattering on the path as the coach moved with elegance and grace. Birds flew above them, as if celebrating the triumph of love and courage over doubt and fear. When they arrived at Vico's home, the sight was breathtaking. The three brothers and their brides were waiting in the courtyard, and the farmer was already there, his eyes filled with curiosity. Thomas and Henry were struck speechless by the magnificent coach and the beautiful woman who stepped down from it. "Father," Vico said, his voice steady with pride, "this is my sweetheart. She is a princess, and I found her because I trusted her heart, not her appearance." The farmer's eyes widened. "A princess here in our village," he exclaimed. "Where did you find her?" "In the forest," Vico replied. "My tree fell in that direction, and it led me to her. She was small, delicate, and seemed a mouse at first, but her heart was pure and true." The two elder brothers looked at each other, astonished and humbled. "If only our trees had led us to the forest," Thomas murmured. "Perhaps we too could have found someone as remarkable." Henry nodded silently, realizing that appearances are not always what matters most. Vico turned to the princess, holding her hand tightly. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. "I am," she said, smiling warmly. "Because of your kindness, Vico, and your willingness to see me for who I truly am, I can now be myself. And together, we will be happy." The farmer, seeing the love and devotion between his son and the princess, smiled and blessed them. "Vico, my son, you have chosen wisely. Your heart saw what eyes cannot see. You have shown courage, honesty, and love, and that is more important than anything else." The princess curtsied to the farmer. "I am grateful for your blessing," she said. "And I will honor your family always." The villagers, who had gathered to see the spectacle, whispered among themselves in amazement. No one had ever seen such a sight, a little mouse transformed into a radiant princess, a young man whose kindness and heartfulness had overcome every obstacle. And so, Vico and the princess were married in a grand celebration. Flowers adorned every corner, music filled the air, and the people rejoiced in the triumph of true love. Even Thomas and Henry found wisdom in the events. They realized that love is not about appearances or ease, but about acceptance, trust, and sincerity. From that day forward, Vico and his princess lived happily, ruling their hearts with kindness, honesty, and devotion to each other. Their story spread throughout the village and the neighboring towns, inspiring others to see beyond the surface and cherish the goodness within. Part 4, Life with the Princess and Lessons of the Heart. After the grand wedding, Vico and the princess settled into life together, and the village buzzed with stories of the little mouse who was a princess. But life, as the wise always know, is not just about grand celebrations, it is about the daily moments, the small gestures, and the love that grows quietly yet steadily. The princess, though once tiny and delicate, adapted gracefully to her new life. She had the poise and intelligence of royalty but retained the simplicity and humility she had as a mouse. Vico admired her every day, not only for her beauty but for her wisdom, kindness, and the way she could find joy in the smallest things: a dancing leaf, a singing bird, or the warm sun on the village rooftops. Vico's father, initially astonished by the miraculous events, watched carefully as his youngest son's life blossomed. The farmer observed how Vico treated his princess with patience and respect. He noticed how the princess never demanded luxury beyond what she needed. Instead, she used her cleverness and foresight to help the family farm prosper and to bring happiness to all who crossed her path. One sunny morning, the princess woke early and walked through the garden. She knelt to water the young saplings that Vico had planted long ago, remembering the day his tree had guided him to her. The gentle care she gave to each plant reminded Vico of her magical nature, the way she had summoned help with a silver bell and organized hundreds of tiny creatures to accomplish the impossible. Yet now, even without magic, she nurtured life with love and attention, proving that real magic often comes from patience and dedication. "Good morning, my love," Vico said softly, approaching her with a warm smile. "The roses are blooming beautifully today, thanks to your care." The princess turned and laughed lightly. "It is your love for this garden that inspires me. Each plant, each tree, holds a story, just like our lives. You taught me that a small heart filled with love can create wonders, Vico." Life in the village continued, and the farmer and the two elder brothers came to see Vico and his princess often. At first, they had been skeptical, even mocking, but as they observed the harmony and happiness between the couple, they learned the value of kindness and acceptance. Thomas and Henry began to understand that true love and wisdom are not measured by appearances or wealth, but by the heart and the courage to embrace the unexpected. One day, the princess invited the villagers to a feast in the garden. Tables were laid with fresh bread, fruits, and flowers, and the air was filled with laughter and music. She moved among the people gracefully, listening to their stories and offering gentle advice. Even the smallest children felt her warmth, and animals seemed drawn to her presence, as if they could sense her pure heart. Vico watched her with admiration. "You have brought life and joy to everyone, not just to me," he said. The princess smiled. "It is because I have learned from you, Vico. You loved me when I seemed insignificant, when no one would have guessed I could be anything more than a little mouse. That is why I can give love so freely now." As the seasons changed, the couple faced minor challenges, as all lives do. There were storms that threatened the crops, disputes among villagers, and moments of exhaustion. Yet, together, they faced each difficulty with wisdom and patience. The princess used her cleverness to solve problems, often finding creative solutions that surprised even Vico, while Vico's kindness and courage provided strength and reassurance. One afternoon, Vico's father approached them in the orchard. "Vico, I have watched you carefully over these months," he said. "I must admit, I have learned from you as well. Your heart guided you to the true princess, not appearances or ease. I am proud, and I bless your life together." Vico bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Father. Your guidance, the tradition of the tree, and your blessing all led me here. But it was her heart that made this life possible." The princess knelt beside Vico and said, "It is true. We each must see beyond the obvious, beyond the surface. That is the secret to love and happiness. The world rewards those who are kind, patient, and courageous, and punishes cruelty and mockery." In the evenings, Vico and the princess would walk through the fields, hand in hand, often recalling their first meeting in the forest. The princess sometimes chuckled, remembering the surprise and doubt on Vico's face when he first saw her as a mouse. "You did not hesitate, Vico," she said. "Even when I seemed small and strange, you trusted your heart. That is why we are here today." Vico laughed softly. "I could not have known then what I know now. But I do know this: love is not about how someone looks, or whether others approve. It is about trust, honesty, and courage. You proved all of those, my love." The villagers often spoke of Vico and his princess as an example of true love and virtue. The story of a little mouse who was actually a princess reminded everyone that appearances can be deceiving, and that kindness, honesty, and courage are the truest measures of greatness. Even the two elder brothers learned from the story. Thomas, who had once believed that strength and charm alone could win hearts, began to notice the depth of character in those around him. Henry, who had always valued cleverness and charm, realized that patience and trust were more powerful than any outward skill. They both respected Vico more than ever, and in their own ways, sought to live with the same integrity and compassion that Vico and his princess exemplified. And so, Vico and his princess lived a life filled with love, wonder, and simple joys. They cultivated the garden, tended to the animals, and shared wisdom with the villagers. The magic of the silver bell, though no longer necessary to summon the mice, remained as a symbol of the miracles that kindness and true love can bring. As years passed, the couple grew stronger together, not just in love but in partnership, proving that trust, patience, and courage are the foundations of a happy life. Their story, told and retold by villagers, reminded everyone that true beauty and greatness come from within, and that even the smallest among us can be the most extraordinary. Part 5: Happiness, Wisdom, and the Legacy of Love. As the years passed, Vico and his princess continued to live in harmony, their love growing deeper with each day. The village, once quiet and ordinary, now buzzed with stories and laughter, all inspired by the tale of a young man who trusted his heart, and a princess who showed that even the smallest among us can hold great power and grace. The princess, who had once been a little mouse, never forgot her humble beginnings. She moved gracefully through her new home, tending not only to Vico and the family farm but also to the villagers who had supported them. Her presence brought warmth and encouragement to everyone she met. She often visited the elderly, shared wisdom with children, and ensured that every family in need received a helping hand. The villagers, in turn, admired her not just for her beauty or her royal status, but for her compassion and the genuine love she gave freely. Vico, equally devoted, never took their happiness for granted. Each morning, he walked through the garden with his princess, inspecting the trees and plants they had nurtured together. He often marveled at how the smallest actions, watering a sapling, tending to the soil could create growth and beauty over time. "See, my love," he would say, "just as the forest and the garden grow with care, so does our life and love. It is the little things that matter most." The children of the village would gather around them in the evenings to hear stories about the adventures that had brought Vico and the princess together. They listened, wide-eyed, as he recounted the journey through the forest, the tiny hut, the silver bell, and the loyal mice who had helped in the times of need. And when the story reached the moment when the little mouse transformed into a princess, the children would gasp in awe. The princess smiled as she watched the children's fascination. "Remember," she said gently, "true love and kindness are the greatest magic. They can break any curse, overcome any obstacle, and transform the world around you. Never judge by appearances, and always trust your heart." Even the two elder brothers, Thomas and Henry, who had once laughed at Vico's choice, learned invaluable lessons. Thomas realized that strength and confidence were only meaningful when paired with humility and empathy. Henry understood that cleverness and charm could only carry someone so far. Genuine love and integrity were far more powerful. Over time, they sought to emulate Vico's example, building families and lives filled with compassion and honesty. The little silver bell, once a tool of magical assistance, remained in the princess's home as a symbol of trust, resourcefulness, and the miracles that can come from love. She would occasionally ring it, summoning the small creatures who had been loyal helpers during the earliest days, not for necessity but to remind herself and Vico of the extraordinary journey they had shared. On the anniversary of the day Vico first met the little mouse in the forest, they would walk to the very spot where their adventure began. The princess would kneel and plant a new sapling, just as they had in the farm so many years ago. "This tree," she said, "represents the growth of our love, our respect for life, and the journey we have shared together." Vico would stand beside her, holding her hand, and together they would watch the new life take root, knowing that their hearts, like the trees, had grown strong through care and dedication. The villagers often remarked on the extraordinary bond between Vico and the princess. Their love was visible in every glance, every gentle word, every act of kindness. Even animals seemed drawn to their presence. Birds would perch nearby, deer would quietly observe from the forest edge, and the tiniest creatures would not flee from the princess's touch. All who met them felt the warmth and purity of their hearts. As they grew older, Vico and the princess took on a quiet role of mentorship and guidance. They encouraged young couples in the village, teaching them that relationships require patience, honesty, and selflessness. They reminded the villagers that sometimes the most remarkable love stories begin in unexpected places and that courage and faith in the heart are rewarded in ways no one can imagine. The princess often reflected on her time as a little mouse. "Vico," she said one evening, "if you had judged me by my appearance, or if you had doubted the tiny and the humble, our story would have ended before it began. But you saw the heart within, and that made everything possible." Vico squeezed her hand gently. "It was never about appearances," he said. "It was about trust, courage, and love. That is why our life is so rich and full. And because we were kind and true to each other, we built something far greater than any palace or treasure. It is a life of joy and meaning, shared with everyone we care about." And so, their story became legend. Children grew up hearing about the little mouse who was a princess and the young man who loved her without hesitation. Villagers carried the lessons in their hearts, to be kind, to trust, and to value the spirit over outward appearances. The farm flourished, the forest remained alive with birds and animals, and every tree they planted stood as a testament to growth, care, and enduring love. Vico and his princess lived long, happy lives, devoted to one another and to the world around them. They never forgot the small beginnings, the forest hut, the silver bell, or the tiny friends who had helped them. Every day was a reminder that love and goodness, when genuine and unwavering, are the truest forms of magic in the world. And thus, the story of the little mouse who was a princess came to an end not as a tale of fantasy alone, but as a lesson in courage, kindness, and the extraordinary power of seeing the heart beyond appearances. Vico and his princess remained a beacon of hope and inspiration for all, proving that with love, honesty, and patience, anything is possible. The villagers would whisper this story for generations, and even the smallest creatures were said to remember the silver bell that had once summoned them to do great deeds for the sake of love and loyalty. In the hearts of all who heard it, the story lived on, a gentle reminder that true happiness is found not in wealth or beauty, but in the simple, profound magic of love, trust, and kindness. Once upon a time, in a grand kingdom, there lived a wise and kind king. He had 12 daughters, 12 beautiful princesses, each more lovely than the other. Their hair shone like gold in the sunlight, their eyes sparkled like stars, and their laughter was like silver bells ringing in the morning breeze. All 12 were young, full of life, full of dreams. The king, like any father, wanted his daughters to grow up, to find good husbands, to marry, to live happy lives. But something strange happened, something mysterious. Each morning, he noticed, the shoes of all 12 princesses were worn out, completely worn, holes in the soles. Night after night, no matter how tightly he locked the doors, no matter how many guards he placed outside, or how many bolts and chains he used, the shoes still bore marks of wear, as if the princesses had been walking, dancing, somewhere at night. The king was worried, deeply worried. He could not understand. Where were his daughters going every night? What secret adventure, what hidden world, were they visiting under the moonlight? He tried everything, locked doors, changed guards every night, even stationed the most trusted servants outside their rooms, but the next morning, every night, there it was again, the unmistakable sign, holes in the shoes of all 12 princesses. The king's worry grew heavier, with each passing night. Finally, he made a bold plan, a daring announcement, a proclamation, sent far and wide across the kingdom. Any man, who discovers the secret, of where my 12 daughters go to dance each night, shall be given a choice, to marry one of my daughters, and, after my death, he shall become king. But, if he fails, in 3 nights, his life shall be forfeited. The proclamation spread, like wildfire. Curious adventurers, brave young men, noble princes, all came forward, eager to win the hand of a princess, eager to solve the mystery of the 12 dancing princesses. Among them, came a prince from a neighboring kingdom. With pride, he said, "I am here, to uncover the secret of the 12 dancing princesses. I will succeed, where others have failed." The king welcomed him, warmly. The prince was treated as an honored guest. That evening, after a lavish dinner, roasted meats, fresh fruits, honeyed cakes, he was shown to a room, directly adjacent to the princess's chambers. His bed was placed carefully, so he could watch, silently, hoping to catch a glimpse of the princess's secret. The prince waited, patiently, through the night. Two princesses approached, smiling, offering him a glass of wine, as a gift, as a welcoming gesture. The prince drank, unaware of the magic that lay ahead. Soon, his eyelids grew heavy, his head nodded, slowly, and he fell asleep. Morning came, and the prince awoke, to find the princess's shoes worn again, proof, undeniable, that they had danced, all night, as always. Night after night, he tried the same strategy. Night after night, he failed. On the fourth day, the king, impatient and sorrowful, carried out the decree. The prince, who had bravely tried, was executed, without mercy. Many others came, confident, full of courage, but each failed, and each was punished the same tragic way. The king, although saddened by the loss, knew he had to solve this mystery, for he could not rest until he knew where his daughters went each night. Now, in the same kingdom, lived a young soldier. He had served bravely in the army, but an injury forced him to leave. Life seemed empty, meaningless, without purpose. One day, as he traveled to the king's city, he met an old lady, struggling, carrying a heavy basket. Being kind-hearted, he helped her. The old lady smiled, and asked, "Where are you going, young man?" "I am thinking of going to the king's city," he replied. The old lady's eyes twinkled, knowingly. "Are you going because of the 12 dancing princesses?" The soldier nodded, hesitantly. "Yes, but I fear for my life, so many have tried, and failed." The old lady reached into her basket, and pulled out a beautiful cloak. "Take this," she said, softly. "It is a cloak of invisibility. Wear it, and no one will see you. It will help you follow the princesses safely, and discover their secret." Grateful, the soldier accepted the cloak, and continued his journey, hope filling his heart. Hope, courage, determination. Upon reaching the castle, the king welcomed him just as warmly. That evening, he was shown a room adjacent to the princess's chambers, and he prepared himself, determined not to fail. Soon, the eldest princess entered, smiling. "Hello, dear guest," she said. "I bring you a drink, a gift from all of us. Please accept it warmly." The soldier, wise and cautious, drank carefully. He had hidden a sponge under his tongue, pretending to drink fully. He would not fall asleep. He lay down, feigning slumber, silent, still. The princesses, pleased, believed he slept, and began their nightly adventure. The eldest princess tapped her bed 3 times. Suddenly, the bed sank slowly into the earth, revealing a hidden staircase, dark, mysterious, shimmering with faint light. One by one, the 12 princesses descended, their gowns glimmering in the moonlight. The soldier quietly donned his invisible cloak, and followed, silently. Halfway down, the youngest princess trembled. "I am scared," she whispered. The soldier smiled, reassuringly. "Do not worry, follow me, you will be safe." They emerged into a breathtaking underground world. The first garden, filled with silver petals, shimmering under the moonlight, mesmerized. The soldier pricked a silver petal, leaving it as evidence. A faint creaking sound echoed, startling the youngest princess. Ignoring her fear, they moved on, another garden, radiant, golden leaves, glittering like sunlight. Again, the soldier pricked a leaf, gathering proof, carefully, quietly. Next, they walked along an avenue, sparkling with diamonds. The ground glittered, reflecting in their eyes. The soldier pricked a diamond, securing another piece of evidence. The youngest princess winced, startled by the cracking sound, but the eldest whispered, "Do not worry, we must continue." Finally, they reached a magnificent hall, where 12 princes waited, each in a small, elegant boat. Each princess chose a prince, and sailed across a shimmering lake, to a splendid castle, beyond the waters. The invisible soldier followed, observing, silently. Inside the castle, music began, enchanting, magical. The princesses danced, with 12 princes, full of grace, joy, energy. Their shoes wore down, from twirling, spinning, leaping, until 3 o'clock in the morning. After the revelry, the princesses returned, their chamber. The soldier returned to his bed, appearing asleep, the evidence safe in his possession. On the final morning, the king called him, with a steady voice. The soldier explained everything. "My lord, the 12 princesses descend each night, to a hidden castle beneath the earth, with gardens, silver, gold, diamonds, and 12 princes, who dance with them." The king, astonished. The princesses, hidden behind a curtain, listened, fear, awe, in their eyes. The soldier presented the silver petals, golden leaves, diamonds, undeniable proof, the secret revealed. With no denial possible, the princesses confessed. "Yes, father, we have been sneaking out, each night, to dance, to explore, the secret castle beneath the earth." The king, relieved, happy, finally, knew the truth, turned to the soldier. "You have done what no one else could. My son-in-law, you may choose, which of my daughters you wish to marry." The soldier, humble, kind, smiled. "I am no longer a young man, my lord. I would be honored to marry your eldest daughter." The king's men immediately prepared a grand wedding, full of music, laughter, joy. The ceremony, magical, unforgettable. The soldier married the eldest princess, and the king decreed he would be crowned king after the king's passing. From that day onward, the kingdom was filled with happiness. The 12 princesses danced every night, freely, safely, guided by the soldier, their protector, their husband. The soldier and the eldest princess ruled wisely, kindly, and the kingdom thrived forever. Once upon a time, in a quiet little town, a town resting gently beside a wide, calm river, there lived the people of Hamlin. Hamlin was peaceful once, beautiful once, clean, bright, quiet, a place where children played in the streets, where merchants smiled in the markets, where bells rang softly each morning. But that was long ago, 50 years ago, before the trouble began. Because over time, slowly, carelessly, the people of Hamlin began to grow lazy. They began to forget the importance of cleanliness. They threw garbage on the roads, they dumped waste outside their homes, they scattered filth everywhere they walked. And no one stopped them. Not the townsfolk. Not the market vendors. Not even the mayor. Yes, even the mayor ignored the growing mess. He closed his eyes. He pretended not to see. He believed the problem would solve itself. but problems never solve themselves, especially problems that smell. Especially problems that rot. And so, one day, from the dark holes, from the trash piles, from the sewers, the rats came. Not a few rats, not dozens, not hundreds, but thousands. Gray rats, white rats, brown rats, big rats, tiny rats, rats with long sharp teeth, rats with hungry red eyes. They ran through the streets like rivers of fur. They climbed walls, they chewed on doors, they screeched in the night, they multiplied, and multiplied, and multiplied. They invaded kitchens. They crawled into meeting rooms. They gnawed on cheese, they opened crates of salted fish, they built nests inside shoes and hats. They even bit babies, sleeping innocently in their cradles. Disease spread. Fear spread. The town fell into chaos. Until one morning, unable to bear it any longer, all the citizens rushed to the mayor's palace. They shouted, they demanded, they cried. Get rid of rats. Do something. Save us, or we will remove you from your position. The mayor trembled. He heard the anger in their voices. He knew his time was running out. So he stepped out and raised his hands. Calm down. Please. We will find a solution. Give us some time. The crowd grew quiet, only because they were desperate. Only because they had no other choice. The mayor hurried inside and called the council for a meeting. They discussed, they argued, they debated for hours and hours. But no solution came. No ideas. No magic answers. Only fear, and hopelessness. Until suddenly, a soft knocking echoed through the hall. Knock, knock, knock. Everyone froze. Everyone turned. Come in, the mayor said. The door opened slowly. And there he stood. A tall, thin stranger, wearing a long coat, half bright red, half shining yellow. His eyes were strange, curious, glowing with a quiet confidence. His fingers twitched playfully, as if they longed to play a tune. The council burst into laughter. Have you run away from the circus? They joked. But the stranger did not laugh. He simply smiled and spoke softly. People call me, the Pied Piper. The hall grew still. I travel the world, he said. I help towns troubled by creatures, creatures that creep, swim, fly, run, or crawl. Moles, toads, snakes, bats, and yes, rats. The mayor leaned forward. You can summon rats, you can control them. I can lead them, the piper said. Every last one. Impossible, a councilman muttered. Then how do we believe you? Another asked. The piper's voice remained calm. I freed an African village from a storm of gnats. I saved an Asian town from monstrous vampire bats. I go wherever help is needed. The mayor exchanged looks with the council. Desperation pushed aside their doubts. Fine, he said. Show us. Rid Hamlin of its rats. And if you succeed, we will pay you 1,000 guilders. The council nodded. The decision was final. The piper bowed slightly. You may watch from the windows, he whispered. Then he stepped outside. The streets were quiet, too quiet, as if the rats were watching. The piper lifted his pipe. A slender wooden pipe, glowing faintly in the sunlight. He closed his eyes. And then, he played. 3 shrill notes, high, sharp, clear as crystal, and something magical happened. The houses shook. The sewers trembled. The ground seemed to whisper. Then they came. From every corner, from every crack, from every hole, the rats. They tumbled onto the streets in waves. Thousands of them. Pouring, flooding, chasing the sound of the music. Gray rats. White rats. Brown rats. All dancing, following, obeying the rhythm of the pipe. The people gasped. Their mouths fell open. Their eyes widened in shock. The piper walked calmly, step by step, playing, calling, leading, until they reached the river. He stepped onto a rock in the water. He kept playing, and the rats, mesmerized, enchanted, leapt into the river, one by one, hundreds, thousands, until not a single rat was left on the bank. Hamlin was free. The piper climbed back onto the street. His task was complete. He went straight to the mayor. "I have done my work," he said quietly. "It is time to keep your promise." But the mayor hesitated. His smile turned cunning. 1,000 guilders for a few hours of work, that is too much. The piper's eyes narrowed. "You gave me your word." "I will give you 100, the mayor said. "Take it or leave." A foolish insult. A dangerous mistake. The piper's voice grew cold. "You will regret this." But the mayor only laughed. "You harm our town ridiculous. Leave now." The piper said nothing more. He turned, walked out of the hall, and stepped onto the street once again. He lifted his pipe. He played another tune. A different tune. A haunting, beautiful, irresistible tune. And slowly, one by one, the children of Hamlin turned their heads and followed him. The children heard the music first, a soft melody, a gentle rhythm, a tune that wrapped around their hearts like warm sunlight. They blinked. They turned slowly. Their feet moved, as if pulled by invisible strings. One step, then another, and another. Parents watched in confusion. "What are you doing?" they asked. "Come back!" they shouted, but the children did not hear them. Or perhaps, they heard nothing except the music. Because the piper played with magic, not the magic of spells, not the magic of potions, but the magic of desire, of promise, of dreams whispered between every note. Children smiled as they walked. Their eyes shone brightly. Their steps were light, almost floating. The adults tried to move, they tried to shout louder, they tried to grab their children, but something held them still. A strange numbness. A soft, heavy weight in their limbs. As if the very air around them refused to let them move. Only their eyes could follow. Wide. Terrified. Helpless. The piper walked calmly through the town. His coat glowed red and yellow under the morning sun. His long fingers danced on the pipe. Every note sparkled, like little pieces of magic drifting in the air. The children followed behind him in a long, bright line. Boys, girls, toddlers, teens, all marching with peaceful smiles. Some held hands. Some giggled softly. Some hummed along with the music. But none looked back. The piper led them down the main road, across the stone paths, past the markets, past the mayor's palace, through the open square where mothers cried and fathers shouted uselessly. He did not slow down. He did not pause. He only played, and walked. Finally, the piper reached the river bridge. The same one where he had led the rats to their doom. The water shimmered beneath it. A cool wind brushed across the children's faces. But the piper did not stop there. He crossed the bridge. He moved toward the mountains rising in the distance, tall, silent, ancient, as if they had been waiting for him. And still, the children followed. The tune changed slightly, growing sweeter, softer, more enchanting. Every note painted pictures in their minds: chocolate forests, candy clouds, gingerbread houses, fields of golden cakes, rivers flowing with warm, creamy milk, a paradise made just for children. The lame boy in the group, a quiet boy with a weak leg, tried his best to keep up. He dragged his foot, he breathed hard, he pushed forward with all the strength he had, but he was slower than the others. And the piper's pace, slowly, gently, increased. When they reached the mountain, something extraordinary happened. The rocky surface began to glow. A soft light spread across the stones, like silver veins waking from a long sleep. Then, a line formed in the center. A crack. A doorway. The mountain opened. Inside was a warm golden light. A swirling portal. A path to the world the music promised. The piper stepped inside first. He continued to play. He did not look back. The children followed him, one after the other, a stream of tiny feet disappearing into the glowing doorway. But the lame boy, he was too slow. Wait! He cried. He reached out his hand, stretching, shaking. Wait for me. But before he could cross the last few meters, before his fingertips could touch the glowing entrance, the music stopped. The portal trembled, its light flickered, and then, it slammed shut. The boy fell forward, landing on the cold stone. He gasped. He cried. But it was too late. All the children of Hamelin were gone. At that exact moment, the numbness gripping the adults faded. Parents ran. They sprinted across the bridge. They shouted the names of their children. They climbed the rocky path with shaking legs, until they reached the mountain. But the mountain was silent. Still. Cold again. Only the lame boy sat there, tears rolling down his cheeks. The mayor pushed forward. What happened? Where are they? He demanded. The boy wiped his eyes. His voice trembled. The music told us things. It told us there was a land of sweets. A land where trees grow cakes, where streams run with chocolate. It told me. His lips quivered. It told me I could run freely, like other children. The boy swallowed hard. We followed him because, because the music promised happiness. Mothers fell to their knees. Fathers covered their faces. Some screamed. Some begged. Some whispered prayers. But nothing brought the children back. The mayor stood frozen. His heart pounded painfully. His face turned pale. He understood. This was his fault. All of it. His greed. His broken promise. His arrogance. The parents turned toward him. "This is your doing," they shouted. "You refused to pay him. You lied. You brought this upon us." The mayor backed away, trembling. I lost my own child too," he whispered. "I didn't know. I didn't think he would." His voice broke. "I'm sorry." But sorry was a small word. Too small. Far too small. He lifted both hands toward the sky, and cried out with a voice full of despair, "Pied Piper! Wherever you are, come back. Please. I beg you. Bring our children back. I will give you your 1,000 guilders." The people echoed his cry. "Come back. Please. Give our children back." The wind blew across the mountainside. Leaves rustled. Clouds shifted. And for a moment, there was silence. A deep, painful, hopeless silence. Until a soft sound broke it. Footsteps. Slow, steady, echoing footsteps, coming from behind the mountain. And then, he appeared. The piper. Standing tall. Moving calmly. His coat brighter than before, as if reflecting the sorrow around him. The crowd gasped. Some fell to their knees. Some reached out with trembling hands. The mayor rushed forward. Oh, thank goodness. You came back. Please, where are our children?" The piper looked at him with unreadable eyes. "They are safe," he said softly. "They are happy. But they will return only when you fulfill your promise." The mayor immediately reached into his coat. He pulled out a large leather bag. A heavy bag. A bag full of gold coins. He placed it gently in the piper's hands. 1,000 guilders, the mayor whispered. As promised. The piper nodded slowly. His fingers closed around the bag. The air shimmered faintly, and once again, the mountain glowed. The portal opened. Warm golden light spilled onto the ground, and one by one, the children came running out. Laughing. Smiling. Shouting with joy. Arms outstretched. Parents rushed forward. They hugged their children tightly. They cried tears of relief. They kissed their faces again and again. The mayor watched the scene. His heart finally softened. He bowed deeply to the piper. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything. For saving us. For bringing them home. I swear. I will never break a promise again." But the piper's expression suddenly grew serious. "See that you don't," he said quietly. "Because if you break your promises, you will lose your children again." He paused. "And the rats will return." A shiver ran through the crowd. The mayor swallowed hard. "I understand. From today onward, I will do better. We will all do better. The piper stepped back. The wind lifted his coat. The sunlight caught his hair. He looked almost otherworldly. Keep your town clean, he said, or nature will punish you again. Then he turned away. He walked into the distance. Slowly, gracefully, forever leaving the town of Hamelin behind. And Hamelin, for the first time in 50 years, became clean again. The days after the piper's departure were filled with relief, but also with silence. A deep, thoughtful silence. A silence that spread through every home, every street, every heart in Hamelin. The town had been shaken, changed, transformed. Parents held their children close, as if afraid they might vanish again if they loosened their grip. Some slept beside their children for days. Some watched over them all night, eyes wide, afraid to blink. And the children, oh, the children, they carried a strange glow inside them. A quiet wonder. A softness in their eyes. As if they had walked through a dream, and had returned with pieces of magic still clinging to their clothes. They spoke in whispers. They described glimpses of the place behind the mountain, fields where candy flowers bloomed, paths paved with sugar crystals, warm light that felt like kindness, music that wrapped around their hearts like gentle arms. Some children cried when remembering. Not because they were afraid, but because it had been beautiful. Yet they were happy to be home. Safe. Loved. Surrounded by familiar faces. The lame boy, who had been left outside the portal, was treated with special gentleness. Parents brought him warm bread. Children sat with him, holding his hands. Mothers stroked his hair. He spoke slowly, softly, choosing each word with care. I nearly walked, he whispered. The music, it told me I could run like the others. He touched his leg, a mixture of hope and sadness filling his eyes. The people listened. They felt his pain. They felt the guilt too. And from that day on, the boy was never left alone. Meanwhile, the mayor changed. Truly changed. Gone was his old pride. Gone was his careless attitude. Gone was the arrogance that had nearly destroyed Hamelin. Every morning, he woke before sunrise. He walked the streets, broom in hand, cleaning the corners where garbage once piled high. Children watched him with wide eyes. Adults whispered among themselves. But no one mocked him. No one laughed. Because they knew, he was trying. Trying to make things right. Trying to heal the wound he had caused. The council members joined him soon after. Sweeping. Scrubbing. Repairing old drains. Painting faded walls. Restoring broken windows. Hamelin slowly began to shine again. A shine it had lost long ago. A shine it deserved. And with every clean street, with every fresh breeze carrying the smell of soap instead of garbage, the town regained something precious, hope. But even though Hamelin was healing, something lingered in the air. A question. A whisper. A haunting curiosity. Who was the Pied Piper? Where did he come from? Where did he go? Why could he command rats and children with nothing but music? Many theories spread around the town. Some said he was an angel, sent to teach them a lesson, sent to test their hearts. Some said he was a magician, a man touched by ancient powers, a wanderer who carried enchantment in his pocket. Some feared he was a spirit, a ghost in bright colors, a guardian of nature itself, punishing those who disrespected the earth. Children, however, whispered the gentlest theory of all, that he was lonely. That maybe, the piper traveled from town to town because he had no home, no family, only his pipe, and the hope that somewhere, someone would welcome him. Whether true or not, the story of the piper spread far beyond the borders of Hamelin. Travelers carried it with them. Merchants repeated it in marketplaces. Sailors told it to one another at night on their ships. And slowly, the world began to know. Months passed. Hamelin transformed into a town of brightness. A town of order. A town that smelled of blooming gardens instead of rotten trash. The mayor held meetings every week. Real meetings. Meaningful meetings. Keep your promises, he repeated. Clean your homes, your streets, your hearts. The people listened. They nodded. They worked. Children were taught to respect nature. Schools organized cleaning days. Farmers learned better waste methods. Fishermen kept the river clear of debris. The town flourished. But deep inside, buried beneath the joy, a feeling remained. A quiet longing. Because sometimes, at night, when the moon was bright and the wind was soft, some swore they could hear it. A faint tune, drifting across the river, floating down the mountains. A melody of curiosity, of distance, of wandering feet. A tune like his. The Pied Piper's song. No one knew if it was real, or if it was only memory echoing through the air. But whenever someone heard it, they stopped what they were doing. They held their breath. And they whispered, "Thank you." One evening, many months later, Hamelin gathered in the town square for a celebration. A celebration of rebirth. Of unity. Of lessons learned the hard way. Lanterns lined the streets. Golden lights glowed from windows. Children danced in circles, laughing. Musicians played soft melodies on lutes and flutes. The mayor stepped forward onto the wooden platform. He looked around at the faces glowing in the firelight. "My dear people," he began softly. "We have suffered. We have cried. We have feared. But look at us now." He spread his arms. "We rebuilt this town together. We cleaned it. We protected it. We learned to keep our promises, to care for our home, to treasure our children." The crowd cheered. Children clapped. Parents nodded proudly. "And tonight," the mayor continued, "I want us to remember him." A hush fell over the crowd. Him who saved us twice. Him who taught us with music. Him who left us not with anger, but with wisdom. He lifted a small pipe. Not a real one, a wooden toy made by a craftsman. But symbolic, precious. To the piper, the mayor whispered, "Wherever you may be." The people all repeated softly, "To the piper." The wind stirred. Lantern flames flickered. Children looked toward the mountains with wondering eyes. And for a brief moment, a very brief moment, the air shimmered, as if something or someone far away heard them. Later that night, when the celebration faded and families returned home, the lame boy sat by the river bank. He dipped his hand in the cool water. He watched the moon reflect on the surface like a silver coin. Then he whispered, "Thank you for showing me hope." The breeze carried his words upward, across the water, toward the distant mountains. A soft sound drifted in reply. A single note. Clear. Gentle. Comforting. The boy smiled. He knew that wherever the piper was, he was listening. Hamlin never forgot the lessons of that year. Never again did they throw trash in the streets. Never again did they ignore decay. Never again did they break promises so easily. Children grew up telling their own children, "Be honest. Be clean. Be kind. Because magic listens. And promises matter." And somewhere out there, walking along quiet roads, crossing deep forests, climbing distant hills, a tall man in a half-red, half-yellow coat continued his journey. His pipe glowed faintly in the moonlight. And with each step, he whispered to himself, "On to the next town, to the next story, to the next lesson." His melody drifted into the night. Soft. Mysterious. Eternal. The mountain shook softly, a trembling glow spread across its surface. The old, stone wall began to breathe, a line of golden cracks, then a shimmer, then a trembling rumble, and slowly, 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 the hidden gate opened once again. A warm light poured out, gentle, golden, soft like morning sun, and from that glowing doorway, one step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the children of Hamlin stepped back into the world. Their eyes were bright, their smiles calm, their tiny hands still holding one another. The townspeople gasped. The mothers cried. The fathers collapsed in relief. "My child. You're safe. You're back." Tears ran down the valley, tears of relief, tears of joy, tears that washed away every stain of fear. The piper speaks again. The piper stood quietly at the edge of the light, not smiling, not angry, simply calm. His red and yellow coat shimmered, his flute rested in his hand, his eyes gentle, yet firm. He looked at the townspeople, at the trembling mayor, at the tearful families, and he said, softly, but clearly, every word ringing like a bell, "I keep my promises, even when others do not." Let today be a lesson, Hamlin must never forget. The mayor bowed lower, 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 until his forehead touched the ground. "Forgive us, forgive me, never again will I break my word, never again will I neglect this town." The piper raised a hand. A simple gesture. A silent request. Keep Hamlin clean. Keep Hamlin honest. Keep Hamlin safe. And your children will always stay by your side. A promise renewed. The people nodded, all of them, every single one. Mothers wiped their tears, fathers held their children close, the townsfolk made a vow that echoed across the valley, "We will keep our town clean. We will protect it. We will never neglect our home again." And from that day, something changed. Something deep. Something lasting. Trash was no longer thrown on the streets. Food was stored safely. Rivers were kept clear. Homes were kept neat. And the whole city worked together as one. Hamlin became bright again. Hamlin became healthy again. Hamlin became beautiful again. The breeze felt lighter. The nights felt safer. The air felt clean. For the first time in years, Hamlin breathed freely. The piper's final words, as the sunlight touched the valley, the piper turned away. He stepped toward the mountain path, but paused, just for a moment. He looked over his shoulder, and said, almost like a whisper carried by the wind, "A clean town keeps darkness away, a truthful town keeps sorrow away, and a grateful town keeps its children safe, forever." And with that, he lifted his pipe. A soft note drifted through the morning air, light, gentle, glowing. The piper walked away, step by step, until his figure faded into the far blue distance. And some say, if you listen closely at dawn, very closely, with your heart open, you can still hear one faint, distant note, floating through the mountains, the final song of the Pied Piper of Hamlin. The days after the piper left, Hamlin woke the next morning, different, quieter, softer. The sunlight touched every rooftop, every window, every stone on the street, but this sunlight felt new, gentler, warmer, like a blessing left behind by someone who had walked away, but not truly gone. Parents walked hand in hand with their children, holding them tightly, as if they might disappear like mist. Mothers brushed their child's hair slowly, fathers lifted them onto their shoulders, grandparents kissed their tiny hands, again, and again, and again, just to be sure they were real. Children laughed. Children ran. Children played in the streets again, as if the fear had washed away overnight. The town breathed a long, deep, healing breath. A town changed forever. From that day forward, Hamlin did something remarkable. They cleaned. They cared. They worked together. Not for show. Not for praise. But for each other. Streets were swept every morning, soft brooms whispering across the stone. Rivers were cleared, sparkling like silver ribbons. Food was stored properly, homes were kept tidy, children were taught to respect the world around them. And slowly, 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 Hamlin transformed into one of the cleanest, kindest, most peaceful towns in the entire region. The mayor's promise. The mayor, the same man who once broke his word, now changed more than anyone. He woke at dawn. He worked beside the people. He reminded everyone, every single week, of the vow they had made. He placed a carved stone in the center of the square. On it, words etched deeply, "A promise is a seed. Keep it, and it grows. Break it, and it breaks you." People read it every day. Children traced the letters with their fingers. Visitors stopped to understand its meaning. And Hamlin became known, not for the rats, not for the piper, but for its honesty, its unity, its promise kept. What happened to the children inside the mountain? Some asked, some wondered, some whispered late at night. Where did the children go, during the time the mountain swallowed them? The children remembered only warmth, only music, only safety. They said, it felt like being inside a dream, a peaceful dream, where soft lights danced like fireflies, where gentle melodies wrapped around them, like a blanket made of starlight. No pain. No fear. Just stillness. Just comfort. As if the piper had taken them. Not to punish, but to teach. A lesson of value, of care, of truth, of consequence. The legend that traveled far, years passed. Then decades. Then generations. And the story of Hamelin grew wings. It traveled from village to village, from city to city, from kingdom to kingdom. Some told it with fear. Some told it with wonder. Some told it with admiration. But all told it with respect. Because the piper was not a villain. Not a hero. Not a monster. He was a reminder. A mirror. A voice carried on the wind, warning every town, every leader, every parent, every child, never break a promise. Never neglect your home. Never forget the cost of carelessness. A quiet evening in Hamelin, on warm summer nights, when the moon rose full and bright, parents sat on stone benches by the river. Children played by the water's edge, chasing reflections that danced like silver fish. And sometimes, very softly, if the breeze was gentle, if the valley was quiet, a single note, just one, floated across the air. High, thin, glowing like a line of light. Some said it was imagination. Some said it was the wind. Some said it was the valley itself, remembering. But the old ones, the wise ones, the ones who had lived through that day, they smiled, and whispered to the children, "Shhh, listen well, the piper keeps watch. Not to take you away, but to keep you safe." The moral of the story, and so, from that day, to this day, the lesson remains simple, clear, unshakable: keep your promises. Keep your home clean. Keep your heart honest. Because every broken promise echoes, and every kept promise shines. Because every careless act has consequences, and every act of care builds safety. And because trust, once lost, is harder to find than a piper disappearing into the mountains. The final word, and thus ends the tale, of rats, and music, and broken trust, and lessons that echo across generations. The tale of a town lost, a town frightened, a town humbled, and finally, a town reborn. This is the legend, the memory, the warning, and the light, of the Pied Piper of Hamelin.
Once upon a time, in a small village covered with snow, there lived best friends, Kay and Gaira. They were neighbors, their houses side by side, with a small lawn that held a single, beautiful rose bush. Every morning, they watered the flowers together, laughing and dreaming about the world beyond the village. Kay's grandmother often told them stories, her voice warm and magical, bringing their imaginations alive. One cold winter day, she began telling them a story that would change everything: the story of the Snow Queen. The Snow Queen, she whispered, is a powerful witch who can turn hearts to ice and make people as slaves. Kay frowned. If she comes here, I'll melt her on the fire and turn her into a water queen instead, he said. Gabriel giggled. Suddenly, a faint laugh echoed from outside the window. Who's there? She asked. Kay opened the window. Snowflakes swirled around, and for a moment, something cold and sharp touched his eyes. He blinked rapidly, trying to clear the ice that seemed to stick in his eyes, and then he felt it on his heart. Oh, my heart, something's wrong, Kay muttered, hiding his pain. Move aside, Gaira. It's none of your business. Gaira stepped back, shocked. Kay had never spoken to her this way before, and the chill ran down her spine. From that day on, Kay began acting strangely, avoiding Gaira and speaking with an arrogance she had never seen. Gaira tried to talk to him. Why don't you play with me anymore, Kay? We're best friends. Kay shook his head. I'm going to play with the older boys, he said curtly, climbing onto his sledge. Gaira ran after him. The kid sped away, disappearing into the snow-covered fields. Disappointed, Gaira returned home, hoping he would come back soon, unaware that her friend's fate was about to change forever. Kay enjoyed racing through the snow at first, but suddenly, a grand coach drawn by white horses appeared in front of him. Before he could react, the coach lifted him off his sledge and carried him into a distant, magical snowland. He saw a magnificent castle of ice glittering under the pale sunlight, its towers sharp and cold like frozen daggers. A figure stepped from the coach was the Snow Queen herself, her eyes as cold as winter frost. Welcome to my snowland, Kay, she said softly, yet her voice carried a terrifying power. Before he could answer, she touched his forehead. A sharp pain shot through him, and he felt his heart freeze. Kay could no longer resist her will. He was trapped, a prisoner of her icy magic, dragged into the heart of the Snow Queen's castle. Meanwhile, summer arrived in the village, and Gaira realized her friend had not returned. Determined, she decided to find him. She spoke to Kay's grandmother, who gave her a magical mirror. This will show you the truth, Gaira, she said with a kind smile. Gaira set out on her journey, walking through forests, fields, and rivers, asking every bird, every animal, and even the wind for news of Kay. No one had seen him, but Gaira did not give up. Her heart burned with determination and hope. Eventually, she reached a wide river, still and silent, stretching as far as the eye could see. She asked the river, "Dear river, have you seen my friend Kay? Please help me find him." Just as she was about to leave the riverbank, a seagull suddenly landed on her shoulder, shaking the snow from its wings. "I can help you," the seagull said, "but you must give me something precious in return." Gaira thought for a moment, then carefully removed the necklace and dropped her into the river, hoping it was enough. Suddenly, a small wooden boat appeared, floating silently toward her, as if guided by the river itself. She stepped in, feeling the boat move gently, carrying her across the water without a single oar in hand. On the other side, she discovered a secret garden, filled with flowers of every shape and color she had ever imagined. Gaira gasped in delight, but she noticed a strange thing. The flowers had no fragrance. The air was strangely cold. A lady approached her, smiling softly. "Welcome, little girl. What brings you to my garden?" "I am Gaira, and I am looking for my friend Kay," she said earnestly. "Have you seen him?" The lady hesitated. "I may have seen a boy pass this way. But beware, the Snow Queen has great power." She invited Gaira to sit and offered her tea, speaking in soft tones that tried to calm and enchant her. As the lady combed Gaira's hair with a golden brush, a strange drowsiness overcame her, and her memories began to fade. Gaira felt herself slipping into sleep, a dream like haze taking hold of her mind, erasing the thought of Kay. but her pure heart was strong. The sight of bright roses on my ladies had triggered a spark in her memory. Images of Kay, the rose bush, and then laughter flooded her mind, bringing clarity and determination back. I have to find him. No magic can stop me. Gaira whispered, standing firmly. Her lady tried to stop her, pleading, "Stay with me. I am lonely. You could be my friend forever." Gaira shook her head, her eyes blazing with resolve. "I cannot. My friend is waiting, and I will not abandon him." Returning to the boat, she prayed silently, "River, guide me to him, show me the way." A black crow swooped down, circling her dress before pointing north with its sharp wing. Following the crow's guidance, Gairo traveled through icy plains, snowstorms, and forests frozen in silence. Finally, she saw a ship in the distance, anchored near glimmering icebergs, its sails fluttering against the cold wind. Climbing aboard, she was confronted by a fierce-looking pirate girl, eyes bright with curiosity and suspicion. "Who are you, little girl?" the pirate demanded. "This is no place for wanderers." Gaira explained her journey, Kay's capture, and the Snow Queen's icy tyranny, her voice trembling yet firm. The pirate listened silently, then slowly lowered her weapon, impressed by the courage of the small girl. "You are brave," she said softly. "If you would risk so much for a friend, I will help you." The next morning, she presented Gaira with a majestic reindeer, its fur shimmering and hooves laid on the snow. "This is the fastest in the entire Snow Kingdom," the pirate girl said. "She will take you to the Snow Queen's castle." Gaira climbed atop the reindeer, feeling the wind rush past her, the cold stinging her cheeks, then her heart burning with resolve. After traveling for hours, the icy landscape grew denser, the snow crunching beneath the reindeer's hooves. Jerry's breath formed small clouds in the freezing air. The ship pressed on, guided by the crew's directions. At last, she arrived at a small igloo nestled between the towering glaciers, its walls shimmering faintly in the light. An old man appeared at the entrance, his eyes twinkling with knowledge and kindness. "Joel, you brought the mirror, right?" he said, his voice calm but full of authority. Gaira looked confused. "How do you know about the mirror? Will it help me find Kay?" The old man smiled. "This is no ordinary mirror. It shows the truth and nothing but the truth." He guided her inside and explained the story of the Snow Queen's past, revealing secrets no one else knew. When she was a little girl, he said, her name was Lila. She was kind, cheerful, and everywhere she went, flowers blossomed. But the other children misunderstood her, calling her strange and avoiding her. She was left alone, unloved and unhappy. Anger and loneliness grew in her heart. One day, she wished that anyone who heard her would turn to ice. And so, the Snow Queen was born, building her ice castle and isolating herself from the world. "Do not kill her," the old man warned. "Kill only the evil in her heart. Remind her of who she once was." Gaira nodded, holding the magical mirror tightly, her determination stronger than ever. With the reindeer, she crossed the last stretch of icy land, her eyes fixed on the distant spires of the Snow Queen's castle. Inside the castle, she saw Kay in a corner, meticulously shaping ice into beautiful sculptures. Unaware of her rival, Kay, she shouted softly, running toward him. "It's me, Gaira. Don't you remember?" Kay turned, but his face was cold, blank, controlled by the Snow Queen's magic. Suddenly, the Snow Queen appeared, her wand raised, eyes squinting with icy fury. "Stay away, he is my slave now," she hissed. "Touch him and you will turn to ice as well." Gaira took a deep breath and held the magical mirror between herself and the Snow Queen's wand. A dazzling light reflected from the mirror, shattering a curse aimed at her, leaving her sight focused. Tears fell from Jared's eyes, and she gently touched Kay's frozen hand, her warmth breaking the icy hold on his heart. Slowly, Kay's eyes regained their sparkle. Gaira, I remember everything, he whispered, smiling through tears. The Snow Queen shrieked in fury, pointing her wand again. But Gaira held the mirror firmly, deflecting her power. The magic of the mirror revealed her true self, the little girl she had been, full of kindness and light. Suddenly, the Snow Queen's icy form melted, and Layla, the little girl, stood before them, freed from her own bigness. Thank you, Kay and Gaira, she said softly, tears in her eyes. I can feel love again. I am free. Kay and Gaira embraced warmly. You are no longer alone, Gaira said. And you will never have to be again. Together, the three of them left the snow castle, the winter sunlight glinting off melting ice and sparkling snow. Gaira and Kay returned home, their friendship stronger than ever, knowing courage, love, and perseverance had saved the day. Lila stayed behind to care for the snowland, transforming it from a place of fear to a garden of beauty and warmth. And so, the story of the Snow Queen, Kay, and Gaira became a legend, reminding everyone that even the coldest heart can be warmed with love. As Gaira and Kay traveled back through the snow-covered forests, they marveled at how different the world felt after the Snow Queen's magic was gone. The sunlight sparkled on the trees, and small animals emerged cautiously from their winter hiding places. Kay looked at Gaira with gratitude in his eyes. I can't believe you came for me, he said softly. I don't think I could have escaped on my own. Gaira smiled, brushing the snow from her coat. I told you, friends never give up on each other, no matter what. The reindeer trotted steadily, carrying them through icy streams and snow-laden meadows, its breath forming mist in the cold air. At one point, they paused to rest beside a frozen waterfall, the ice glinting like countless diamonds in the morning sun. Kay touched the ice gently, fascinated. It's beautiful, he murmured. I never realized how magical everything was before. Gaira nodded, feeling a deep sense of peace. Sometimes, it takes darkness to truly see the light, she said. As they walked, they encountered small tracks in the snow, the footprints of rabbits and foxes that seemed to welcome them back to the village. Kay left for the first time in weeks, the sound echoing through the trees like music, bright and full of joy. Gaira felt her heart swell with happiness, knowing their bond had grown stronger than any magic could ever break. Suddenly, a gentle wind swirled around them, carrying a faint scent of roses and pine, a sign from Lila that she was thinking of them. Do you think Lila will be okay on her own? Kay asked, glancing at Gaira with concern. She's not alone anymore, Gaira replied. She's found her heart again, and now she can care for the snowland without fear. As they approached the edge of the forest, the first rooftops of their village appeared, dusted in sparkling snow. Children were playing nearby, their laughter carrying over the crisp air, reminding them of the simple joys of home. Gaira and Kay slowed their pace, taking in the familiar sights, smells, and sounds that made their village a place of comfort. Kay stopped by the rose bush in their shared lawn, gently brushing his fingers over the petals that had survived the winter. They're still here, he whispered, a small smile forming, just like us. We survived too. Gaira nodded, kneeling beside him, and just like these roses, our friendship is strong, even after the coldest winter. As evening fell, they returned to Kay's grandmother's house, where a warm fire crackled, filling the room with golden light. She hugged them tightly, tears in her eyes. I knew you could do it, my brave children, she said softly. Kay and Gaira shared a glance, silently acknowledging the journey they had endured and the lessons they had learned. That night, they sat by the fire, recounting their adventures, every detail more vivid in memory than any story they had heard before. Gabriel told Kay about the lady with the magical comb, the river that guided her, and the pirate girl who helped her travel faster. Kay laughed at some moments, shivered at others, realizing how perilous and miraculous their journey had been. They spoke of courage, friendship, and the love, the thing stronger than any magic, stronger than fear itself. Outside, the snow fell gently. The village felt warm, protected by the hearts of two brave friends. And in the distant snowland, Layla looked at the garden she was tending, flowers blooming with fragrance and color. She smiled, finally at peace, knowing she had been given a second chance to be kind, love, and free. From that day on, the story of Kay, Gaira, and the Snow Queen was told throughout the village and beyond. It was a story of bravery, friendship, and the power of a pure heart to overcome even the coldest magic. And as Gaira and Kay looked at the night sky, sparkling with stars, they knew that adventures awaited them still. But for now, they were home, together, and that was more magical than anything they could have imagined. The next morning, the village walked to a soft golden light. The snow glistened like tiny diamonds under the sun. Kay and Gaira stepped outside, their breaths visible in the crisp air, their hearts light with relief and joy. They walked slowly through the village, greeting neighbors and sharing the tale of Kay's rescue and the Snow Queen's transformation. The villagers listened in awe, as well as the children described the magical garden, the talking birds, and the pirate girl. Kay pointed to the rose bush in the shared lawn, now blooming brighter than ever. Even in winter, hope survives, he said softly. Gaira nodded, touching the petals, feeling warmth in her fingers, a reminder that courage and love could break the coldest spell. They continued walking, their laughter echoing through the streets, blending with the music of wind and birdsong. On the outskirts of the village, they stopped by the river where their journey had truly begun. The river sparkled under the morning sun, calm and gentle, carrying memories of magic and the courage it inspired. I wonder if the seagull is still watching, he said, a small smile tugging at his lips. Gaira laughed. I hope so. It guided me through the unknown. I owe it my success. The two friends crossed the river carefully, pausing to notice the reflection of clouds in distant mountains. Every step they took was deliberate, as if imprinting their journey into the land itself, leaving invisible footprints of bravery. As they reached the forest edge, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. Kay inhaled deeply, the crisp air filling him with a sense of renewal and gratitude for life, friendship, and life. They stopped at a small hill, overlooking the entire village, where snow melted into the first green shoots of spring. Look at how the world is waking up, Gaira said softly. Even after the coldest nights, life finds a way. Kay sat down beside her, pulling her into a warm hug. We survived the darkness together, he whispered, and now we can face anything. Below them, villagers were tending gardens, feeding the animals, and preparing for the first spring festival of the year. Kay and Gaira joined them, helping plant flowers, their hands still tingling from the icy adventure, now replaced by hope and joy. Lila's magic had transformed the snowland, and whispers told of flowers blooming where once there had only been ice. Gaira imagined the Snow Queen's castle now filled with color, warmth, and laughter instead of cold silence. By sunset, the sky blazed with golds, pinks, and purples, reflecting on the snow and rivers, turning the world into a painting. Kay and Gaira sat on a small bench, hands intertwined, gazing at the horizon, savoring the peace they had fought so hard to restore. "Do you think adventures like this will happen again?" he asked, eyes shining with curiosity. Gaira smiled knowingly. "Life is full of adventures, Kai. Some we choose, some choose us. But we'll face them together." The stars began to appear, one by one, twinkling like tiny lanterns in the vast, dark sky. And for the first time in many weeks, Kay felt warmth in his heart, a feeling untainted by fear or less. Gayran leaned her head on his shoulder. "Even when things seem impossible, hope can guide us," she whispered. They stayed like that for hours, silent, watching the stars, letting the calm of night heal their tired hearts. And far away, Lila walked through her snowland, humming a soft tune, planting roses, and watching the birds return. Her heart was no longer cold, her magic no longer harsh. She had rediscovered joy, love, and hope. The next morning, villagers awoke to the most beautiful spring they had ever seen, a celebration of life and courage. Kay and Gaira were hailed as heroes, not for their strength, but for their loyalty, bravery, and unyielding hearts. And as they looked around at the smiling faces, blooming gardens, and bright sun, they knew the story would be remembered forever. Because even in the coldest winters, love, friendship, and courage can melt the hardest ice and light the darkest paths. And so, Gaira and Kay continued their lives, forever changed. Their bond unbreakable, their hearts full of warmth. The Snow Queen, now Layla, watched from afar, smiling, knowing that kindness and hope would always prevail. And the village, nestled between snowy mountains and green forests, thrived in peace, love, and endless stories of courage. The end.
Once upon a time, there lived a poor shoemaker and his wife. They worked hard every day making shoes to sell in the market. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not earn enough money. They were struggling to keep a roof over their heads. One day, the shoemaker realized he had no money left. He had only one last piece of leather in his shop. "This might be my last chance," he said to himself. He carefully cut the leather to make one final pair of shoes. By sunset, he finished cutting and began to sew the shoes. Night came, and he stopped, leaving the shoes on the table. The next morning, he was amazed to see a finished pair of shoes. They were beautiful, decorated with delicate embroidery. He sold the shoes at the market and earned enough money for leather. That day, he cut new leather and left it ready for the next night. The next morning, more shoes were waiting, perfectly made. This continued for several days, each pair different and beautiful. Soon, the shoemaker became famous for making the finest shoes. He and his wife built a nice house and lived more comfortably. But they wondered who was helping them. They decided to hide one night to find out. At midnight, two little elves entered the workshop. They wore old, torn clothes but worked with joy and skill. They danced and hummed while making beautiful shoes. The shoemaker and his wife watched quietly from hiding. When finished, the elves jumped out of the window and disappeared. The couple decided to thank them with gifts. They sewed tiny boots and warm clothes for the elves. On Christmas Eve, they placed the gifts on the table. The elves arrived at midnight and were surprised and happy. They wore the new clothes and boots, which fit perfectly. The elves danced with joy and left through the window. The shoemaker and his wife were happy to see them pleased. After that, the elves never returned. The shoemaker continued to work on his own, making beautiful shoes. He remembered what people liked and worked carefully every day. His shoes became as wonderful as those made by the elves. He and his wife lived happily, grateful for the elves' help and their life. They shared kindness, worked with care, and never forgot the lesson. The shoemaker became famous, customers returned, and the village prospered. Even without the elves, he worked with joy, patience, and skill. The memory of the elves inspired him to create beauty every day. He and his wife lived happily ever after, full of gratitude and hope.
It was New Year's Eve in a quiet city. Snow covered the streets. A little girl named Mary walked barefoot. She carried small bundles of matches. Her clothes were wet with snow. Her tiny hands were freezing. All day she had tried to sell her matches. No one bought a single one. She looked at happy people on the street. They laughed and ate delicious food. Mary felt very hungry. She had nothing to eat all day. She shivered in the cold. Her small feet hurt in the snow. Her father was cruel. He said she must sell all matches. Her grandmother was sick. She whispered, "Please be careful, Mary." Mary put matches in her apron. She wore her mother's slippers. She knocked on doors. She offered matches to people. Everyone shook their head. No one bought anything. A cold wind blew. She hugged herself for warmth. She noticed her slipper was broken. She searched for the other one. It was stuck in a gutter. She gave up and walked barefoot. Mary found a small corner. She decided to sit there for a while. The cold was bitter. She wished for some warmth. She took out a match. She struck it on the wood. Suddenly, a small iron stove appeared. Warmth surrounded her hands. She felt happy for a moment, but then a snowflake fell. The flame went out. The stove vanished. Mary shivered again. Her hands were icy cold. She lit another match. This time, the wall became transparent. Through it, she saw a rich house. Candles burned on the tables. The family sat together. They were eating and laughing. On the table was a roasted goose. It looked so delicious. Mary reached her hand through the wall. The flame went out again. Everything disappeared. The wall was just a wall again. Mary felt sad. She looked up at the sky. She saw a falling star. Her heart trembled. Mary thought of her sick grandmother. Her heart ached with worry. She feared her grandmother might die. Tears filled her eyes. Mary struck another match. A bright light appeared. Her grandmother stood before her. She looked calm and kind. Mary ran to her grandmother. She held her hand tightly. The grandmother smiled gently. Her white gown shone in the light. Mary said, "Grandma, I am scared. I want to be with you." The grandmother whispered, "Come, my child." She lifted Mary in her arms. A golden light surrounded them both. It was warm and bright. Mary felt weightless and free. No more hunger or cold. They started to rise slowly. The stars twinkled around them. Mary clapped her hands in joy. Her laughter echoed softly. The city below looked small. Snowflakes sparkled like diamonds. Her grandmother held her close. "My little angel," she said. Mary felt safe and happy. She forgot all her pain. The two of them flew higher. The moon shone brightly above. Mary looked around with wonder. Everything was peaceful and beautiful. She whispered, "I'm not scared anymore." The grandmother hugged her tightly. The stars and light surrounded them. It felt like a dream. Mary felt joy in her heart. Her face glowed in the sunlight. The next morning, people gathered. They saw Mary lying between two houses. She was cold and still. Everyone felt pity for her. But in her heart, Mary was happy. She was with her grandmother in heaven. A gentle smile was on her face. The sunlight touched her cheeks. No more hunger, cold, or fear. Mary's soul was peaceful. The city continued its celebration. The one little angel had found her light. Her story would be remembered. The kindness in her heart lived on. Even in sadness, there is hope. Even in darkness, light can shine. Mary's bravery and love were eternal. Her spirit soared with joy. And so the little girl's story ended. Her heart was free, forever warm. Mary remembered her day on the street. She remembered the cold and hunger. She saw the happy families in windows. She felt both joy and sadness. Each night she lay short her dreams, warmth, food, love, and safety. Mary smiled as she saw her grandmother again. Her heart was filled with love. The golden light grew brighter and brighter. It surrounded them like a soft blanket. She felt no pain anymore, no hunger, no fear, no cold. Mary looked down at the city. People were busy celebrating. The fireworks painted the sky. She laughed softly at the colors. Her grandmother held her hand. They floated higher and higher. Mary imagined a garden in heaven. Flowers glowed under the sunlight. Angels sang gentle songs. The air was sweet and warm. Mary could feel her spirit growing light. Her heart was free from worries. She thought of the matches she sold. Even though no one bought them, she tried. Her bravery mattered more than gold. Her hope never faded. Mary and her grandmother flew over rivers. The city lights looked like tiny stars. She laughed and clapped her hands. The wind felt soft against her face. Her grandmother whispered stories of love, courage, and kindness. Mary listened carefully. She wanted to remember everything. The sky turned gold with sunlight. It felt like the first day of forever. Mary felt a warm glow in her heart. She hugged her grandmother tightly. She remembered the matches in her apron. Each one had shown a dream. She smiled at all the visions. They were gifts of hope and courage. Mary realized that love is stronger than fear. Even a little heart can shine brightly. She looked at the snow below. It sparkled like tiny diamonds. She remembered her tired feet and cold hands. Now all pain had vanished. Her grandmother said, "You are safe now." Mary nodded with a joyful heart. She felt like she could fly forever. No sadness could reach her here. Mary closed her eyes for a moment. She breathed the warm, sweet air. The light from the mattress still glowed in her mind. It reminded her of hope. She whispered softly, "Thank you, Grandma." The angels smiled as they flew together. Mary opened her eyes. The sky was filled with soft clouds. She saw birds with shining feathers. They flew gently beside her. Her grandmother smiled warmly. "You are safe and loved," she said. Mary felt a calm peace. Her tiny heart was full of joy. She thought of her matches again. Each one had shown a wonderful vision. She remembered the warm stove, the roasted goose that disappeared. She remembered the transparent wall and the happy family inside. Mary realized she had seen beauty, even in the hardest times. Her grandmother held her hand tight. "We're together forever," she said. Mary laughed softly. She felt light as a feather. The clouds turned golden. The sunlight sparkled like magic. Mary saw children playing below. They waved to her with joy. She waved back happily. Her heart was filled with love. Her grandmother whispered, "Do you see the beauty?" Mary nodded eagerly. The wind carried gentle music, melodies of angels singing. Mary closed her eyes again. She felt the warmth of heaven. She imagined flowers everywhere. They glowed in every color. Mary reached out to touch them. They smelled sweet and fresh. The birds sang along with the flowers. A soft, gentle harmony filled the air. Mary felt happiness she had never felt before. Her heart was light and free. Her grandmother whispered stories of love. Mary listened with shining eyes. She remembered her cold hands and feet. Now, all warmth surrounded her. She felt safe in her grandmother's arms. The world below seemed small. Mary closed her eyes slowly. She felt she could stay forever here. A gentle light shone from above. It touched Mary's cheek softly. She smiled at the warmth. It was like a hug from heaven. Her grandmother whispered, "You are brave, Mary." Mary nodded, feeling proud. Mary thought of the city below. She hoped people would be kind to each other. She imagined the family celebrating. They laughed, they loved, they shared. Mary whispered softly, "I am happy now." Her heart was full of light and peace. Mary opened her eyes slowly. The sky was a soft pink. She saw floating clouds. They glimmered in gold and silver. Her grandmother smiled warmly. "Look at this, Mary," she said. Mary looked down at the world below. The city lights sparkled like tiny gems. She remembered the cold streets, the hunger and the fear she had felt. Her heart felt light now. All pain had disappeared. Mary looked around at the flowers. They shone in every color of the rainbow. Butterflies danced around her. Their wings sparkled like tiny stars. Mary reached out her hand. She touched the flower gently. It smelled sweet and warm. Her heart felt happiness and peace. She turned to her grandmother. "Is it always like this here?" she asked. Her grandmother laughed softly. "Yes, my child. Love and joy are everywhere." Mary looked at the birds flying around. They chirped gentle songs for her. She felt the wind on her face. It was soft and comforting. Mary thought about her matches. Each one had shown her a dream. She smiled at the memories. The visions had guided her heart. Her grandmother held her hand tightly. "You are never alone," she whispered. Mary closed her eyes again. She felt the warmth of heaven all around. The clouds moved slowly. Soft light touched her cheeks. Mary opened her eyes once more. The world was filled with beauty. She saw tiny streams of water sparkling. They flowed gently like silver ribbons. Birds sang songs in harmony. Mary felt calm and joyful. Her grandmother whispered again, "You are brave, Mary. You are loved." Mary hugged her grandmother tightly. She felt light and free as that. She looked at the flowers dancing in the wind. They seemed to sing for her. Mary whispered softly, "I am happy now." Her heart was filled with light. She remembered the people in the city. She hoped they would be kind to each other. Mary saw the snow below sparkling. It reminded her of her journey here. She smiled gently. Her heart was peaceful and full of joy. The angels sang softly around her. Mary felt safe and loved forever.
Once upon a time, in a vast and powerful kingdom, there lived a queen who always got what she wanted. Her eyes sparkled with pride and wisdom. The queen had only one son, a young prince, whom she loved above all else. She wanted him to have the very best in life, nothing less. The prince was dressed in the finest clothes, ate the most delicious foods, and learned from the most skilled teachers across the land. Every day, the queen reminded him, "My son, you are the future of this kingdom. You must grow strong, smart, and wise, for one day you will rule with honor." As the prince grew, it was time for him to marry. The queen called him to her room, her face serious and kind at the same time. "My son," she said, "you must choose your bride yourself. A princess is not just beautiful. She must be intelligent, graceful, and carry herself with dignity." She leaned closer and whispered, "Above all, a true princess has a voice of an angel. Listen to her voice carefully. It will reveal her true heart." The prince promised he would follow her advice. He packed his bags and set off with his servants to find a princess worthy of his love. The journey was long. He traveled through dense forests where the trees whispered in the wind and rivers that sparkled under the sun. On the first day, he reached a neighboring kingdom. The king welcomed him warmly, impressed by his manners and charm. The king led him to his daughter. The princess was beautiful, sitting in a sunlit room, reading a poem with delicate hands turning the pages. The prince greeted her politely, but her voice was harsh, breaking the beauty of her appearance. She barely looked at him as she spoke. Concerned, the prince asked if she was well. She replied curtly, "I am fine," and returned to her poem, ignoring his polite gestures. The prince realized that outward beauty alone could not define a true princess. With a heavy heart, he thanked the king and left the kingdom. He traveled further, hoping the next kingdom would bring better fortune. His heart was full of hope and curiosity, yet tinged with worry. In the second kingdom, the prince met another princess. She had radiant hair and a charming face, but her manners left much to be desired. The princess ate greedily, not noticing the prince greeting her politely. Her lack of grace and elegance disappointed him deeply. The prince felt sad. Once again, outward beauty was not enough. He thanked the king and queen of that land and continued his long journey. For many days and nights, he traveled through mountains, rivers, and forests. Each kingdom held hope, yet none seemed perfect. His disappointment grew heavier. Finally, the prince returned home, exhausted and discouraged. His parents greeted him warmly, and he shared every story, every hope, and every disappointment he had faced. That very night, a fierce thunderstorm swept across the kingdom. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the loud roar of thunder shook the castle walls. The prince gazed out of the tall castle window, watching the rain pour down in sheets, feeling the chill of the storm and the loneliness of his heart. Suddenly, he noticed a faint light approaching the castle gate through the driving rain. A figure was moving carefully but gracefully in the darkness. A knock echoed through the hall. A servant cautiously opened the door, revealing a young girl drenched from head to toe, shivering, yet standing with poise. "My driver got lost in the rain," she said with a sweet, clear voice that sounded like music to the prince's ears. "May we please find shelter for the night?" The prince hurried down the stairs, offering her a warm welcome. He took her wet coat and invited her inside, amazed by her calmness and elegance despite the storm. The servants quickly brought dry clothes and towels. The prince could not take his eyes off her. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. The queen, however, frowned as she observed her son. "She cannot be a princess," she whispered. "Her dress is muddy, she has no attendants, and why would a princess travel in this storm?" Seeing the prince enchanted, the queen devised a clever plan to test the girl's true nature. She would see if she was delicate enough to be a real princess. The queen instructed the servants to place an uncooked pea under 10 luxurious mattresses in the royal bed. Only a true princess could feel such discomfort. That night, the girl climbed the tall stack of mattresses, settling down with elegance. She seemed unaware of the hidden pea, and her movements were graceful. The storm raged outside. Rain lashed against the windows, thunder rolled through the castle, yet the girl lay still, calm and poised, waiting for morning. In the early morning, the girl whispered to a servant, "I hardly slept last night. There was something hard in the bed, like a brick, pressing against me." The servant nodded quietly, understanding that the test had been passed. The prince, hearing this, felt a sudden rush of joy and excitement. He rushed to her side and exclaimed, "You are a true princess. Your delicacy and sensitivity prove your royal nature beyond any doubt." The girl smiled softly, embarrassed but happy. She agreed to marry him, adding playfully that she would never sleep on such an uncomfortable bed again. Laughter filled the castle halls, mingling with the last echoes of the storm outside. Everyone in the castle rejoiced at the prince's happiness. A grand celebration was prepared. The halls were decorated with flowers and golden tapestries, and the citizens of the kingdom were invited to witness the joyful occasion. Musicians played melodious tunes, and dancers performed gracefully. The prince and princess moved together, radiant in their joy and love for each other. The queen smiled, finally satisfied. Her son had found a princess who was not only beautiful but also delicate, graceful, intelligent, and truly deserving of the crown. The next morning, the castle buzzed with excitement. Servants ran through the halls preparing flowers, ribbons, and fine linens for the grand celebration. The prince and princess walked together through the corridors, smiling at the servants who bowed and whispered words of congratulations. The princess's voice, soft and angelic, filled the castle. Everyone who heard it could not help but stop and listen, enchanted by its sweetness. The queen observed quietly, a proud smile on her face. Her son had finally found a bride worthy of his heart, someone both beautiful and true. Outside, the storm had passed, leaving the garden sparkling with raindrops. Sunlight reflected on the flowers, creating a magical glow around the castle. Guests arrived from far and wide. Kings, queens, and nobles brought gifts and well wishes, eager to witness the union of the young prince and his princess. Musicians began playing cheerful tunes, and the castle halls echoed with laughter, chatter, and the rhythmic sound of feet dancing on polished floors. The princess, now dressed in a gown of finest silk, moved gracefully through the crowd. Every eye followed her delicate steps, enchanted by her elegance. The prince stood tall beside her, proud and joyful. His eyes sparkled as he held her hand, feeling the warmth and gentleness of her touch. The ceremony began in the grand hall. Candles flickered softly, casting golden light over the faces of the gathered guests, while gentle music played in the background. The priest spoke words of love, honor, and commitment. The prince and princess listened carefully, their hearts beating in unison as they exchanged vows. When they declared their love and promised to care for one another forever, the hall erupted in applause, cheering, and joyful cries of congratulations. The newlyweds danced together for the first time as husband and wife. Their movements were graceful and synchronized, as if the world paused to watch them. Outside, the sun shone brightly, reflecting off the wet gardens from the previous storm. Birds sang in harmony, as if celebrating the union themselves. The princess laughed softly, her voice like music, filling the hearts of all who heard it. The prince laughed with her, feeling complete and joyful. Servants brought trays of golden pastries, fruits, and sweet delicacies. Guests indulged, sharing smiles and stories, making the castle walls echo with happiness. The queen watched silently, her heart full. Her plan had tested the girl, but her son had chosen wisely. Love, patience, and true grace had won. As the evening fell, lanterns were lit in the gardens. Their soft glow danced on the leaves, creating a magical scene for the prince and princess to enjoy. The newlyweds walked through the garden, hand in hand, sharing quiet words, smiles, and laughter, feeling as if they were the only two people in the world. The castle cats and dogs, servants, and even the palace birds seemed to celebrate quietly along with them, adding to the magic and warmth of the perfect day. The night sky was clear, stars twinkling above the castle. The gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers, adding to the magical evening. The prince and princess sat on a carved stone bench in the garden, talking softly about their dreams, hopes, and the adventures that had led them to this moment. The princess's hair glistened in the moonlight, and her eyes reflected the stars. Every movement she made seemed like poetry in motion. The prince felt a deep sense of gratitude. After such a long journey, He had finally found someone who was not only beautiful but pure of heart. They walked along the garden paths, their hands intertwined, feeling the soft grass under their feet and the warmth of each other's presence. Servants quietly tended to lanterns and fountains, ensuring everything in the garden glowed softly for the couple's evening stroll. The princess smiled and whispered, "I have never seen such a beautiful garden, nor felt such peace in my life." The prince held her hand tightly, smiling in return. The queen watched from a balcony above, feeling proud. Her son had found someone with both grace and character, just as she had hoped. The castle dogs wagged their tails happily, and even the birds seemed to sing more sweetly, as if they understood the joy of the newlyweds. Inside the castle, candles flickered gently, casting golden light over the walls, creating shadows that danced like tiny fairies celebrating the love. The princess laughed softly, and her laughter echoed through the halls. The prince smiled, realizing that her voice truly was like an angel's. The couple returned to their private chamber, where a warm fire crackled in the hearth, filling the room with a comforting glow and a gentle warmth. They sat close together, sharing stories from their pasts. The prince spoke of his journey, the princess of the small adventures she had lived through. The storm from the night before had cleared, leaving a fresh scent of rain on the air. The moonlight spilled through the windows, highlighting the princess's serene face. The queen entered quietly, smiling. She had prepared a small gift for the princess, a delicate golden necklace adorned with tiny gemstones. The princess accepted the gift with a soft bow, thanking the queen warmly. This small gesture deepened the bond between them. Servants brought trays of sweet treats and hot drinks, and the couple shared them quietly by the fire, enjoying the calm and warmth of the evening. Outside, the castle gardens glimmered under the moonlight, and the gentle sound of water from the fountains added to the serenity of the night. The prince whispered softly, "I have waited for you my entire life." The princess blushed, feeling the sincerity and warmth in his words. They held hands, hearts beating in unison, grateful for the journey that led them together. That night, peace and happiness filled the castle as they looked forward to their future. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden light across the castle halls. Birds chirped cheerfully outside, welcoming the new day. The prince and princess rose together, refreshed from their first night in the castle. They dressed in elegant robes, preparing for the day's celebrations. Servants brought breakfast of fresh fruits, golden bread, and sweet honey. The aroma filled the room, making the couple smile at the simple pleasures of life. The princess laughed softly as the prince poured her a cup of warm tea, steam rising in gentle curls. Her voice was melodic, filling the room with lightness. The queen entered, holding a delicate flower crown she had prepared herself. "For my daughter-in-law," she said, placing it gently on the princess's head. The princess blushed, bowing slightly, and thanked the queen. The gesture deepened the bond between them, filling the room with warmth and love. The prince took the princess's hand, leading her to the castle balcony. Below, the gardens sparkled from the recent rain, petals glistening in the morning sun. Children of the castle waved happily, and birds flitted among the trees. The prince and princess waved back, feeling the joy of their people surrounding them. Later, a parade was arranged through the castle courtyards. Musicians played lively tunes while dancers moved gracefully, entertaining all who watched. The princess watched, clapping softly, her face glowing with happiness. The prince's pride in her was clear as he smiled beside her, his heart full of love. The queen observed from her throne, her eyes shining with pride. Her son had chosen wisely, and the princess had proven herself to be delicate, intelligent, and graceful. As evening fell, lanterns were lit throughout the castle, casting a warm, golden glow that reflected on the polished floors and sparkling tapestries. The prince and princess walked hand in hand through the lantern-lit halls, sharing soft words and smiles, feeling as though the world had paused for them. Servants quietly served trays of delicacies and sweet drinks. The couple enjoyed each bite, savoring not just the food but the peaceful atmosphere of their first day together. Later, the couple retired to the gardens. The moon shone brightly, reflecting on the wet petals, and the gentle sound of fountains created a serene melody. They sat on a stone bench, sharing stories of their childhoods and dreams for the future. Laughter and soft whispers filled the cool night air. The princess rested her head on the prince's shoulder, feeling safe and cherished. He held her close, promising to protect her and love her forever. The queen, watching from afar, felt joy and relief. Her plan had tested the princess, but in the end, love, grace, and true character had triumphed. The castle, filled with light, laughter, and music, seemed to celebrate along with the prince and princess. Every corner whispered happiness and hope for their future. And so, the prince and princess lived happily ever after. Their story became a legend, a tale of love, patience, and the wisdom to look beyond appearances, treasured for generations.